edition of Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Detroit.
Tigers baseball on Fox Sports Detroit is presented by
Bell Tire.
Welcome to Cleveland, where the Tigers begin a 10-day, 9-game road trip. Game 1 tonight at Progressive Field between the Detroit Tigers and the Cleveland Indians. Hi again, everyone, and welcome to Tigers Baseball. Mario and Pebble alongside Rod Allen. Glad to have you with us for Game 1. And what should be an entertaining series here early in the season. Rod, certainly when you think back to last year, the Tigers want to reverse the numbers.
Well, they absolutely dominated the Tigers last year. That would be the Cleveland Indians. And a lot of people are also picking the Indians to get back to the World Series. The Tigers know if they're going to get to the postseason, it starts right tonight. They have to beat up on Cleveland the same way Cleveland beat up on them last year. And I think the Tigers are up for the task.
All right, a lot of talent on the field here the next 3 days. Of course, there are veterans on both teams that have done a lot of things in the game, but however, there's also some rising stars as well.
You know, I believe this is the coming out party for the youngster Daniel Norris. He's a left-hander. He's one of the brightest left-handers in our sport in either league. He's got plus stuff. He's got a fastball that gets up to 97 miles an hour. He's learning to take his foot off the gas pedal just a little bit as he did in Boston, throwing change-ups and breaking balls and fastball counts. He can field his position. He's athletic on the mound, and this guy has some mound presence, and I believe he is going to have a really good year this year. And then when you start looking on the other side, they've got one of the brightest stars in all of baseball. He plays one of the most important positions on the field. That would be the shortstop position, and that would be Francisco Lindor. He was a starting shortstop for the WBC Puerto Rican squad and did very well. Already 4 homers this season for Lindor. The power has come awfully early for the youngster.
Coming up in this one here tonight, sluggers beware. Miguel Cabrera and Edwin Encarnacion have both gone off to slow starts this season, but we know they are capable of going off at any moment. Tigers Tribe Game 1 coming up. Indians get together tonight. First of a 3-game series at Progressive Field. And here are the field conditions tonight, presented by Ace Hardware and the Scotts Company. 56 at game time this evening. Partly cloudy. No rain in the area. That's the good news. And maybe a little bit crisp this evening, but we will have baseball here between the Tigers and the Indians. Ian Kinsler will be back in the lineup here tonight for the Tigers. And here is the Tigers lineup presented by the Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. For Brad Ausmus tonight, Kinsler leads it off at second base, followed by Castellanos and Cabrera. V-Mart, the DH. Justin Upton is at left. Tyler Collins in right. And a bottom three of Avila catching tonight. Jones and Iglesias rounded out. Trevor Bauer is on the hill for the Indians. He is presented tonight by Jeff Glover and Associates Realtors.
He lost his first outing of the year to his former team, the Arizona Diamondbacks, but Bauer has a tremendous amount of talent. Fastball gets up to 95. He'll also cut the fastball. His curveball is his best pitch and his out pitch. He also has a slider and a changeup, but he doesn't use those very often. Let's take a look at the Indians starting defense behind Trevor Bauer. You've got Geyer, Jackson, Almonte in the outfield, Lindor, Ramirez up the middle, Diaz, Santana on the corner, and Perez is the starting catcher tonight. Let's go down to Trevor Thompson, the third member of our broadcast team tonight.
Rod, there are some pretty cool spots around Progressive Field that I'm going to show you throughout the night tonight, but throughout the weekend, some pretty cool spots around town as well. We'll check out the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and right across the way, Quicken Loans Arena. That's where LeBron and the Cavs take on the Pacers tomorrow. It's a 3 o'clock tip. I just might sneak in there before first pitch here. You never know. Back to you guys.
Take me with you, Trev. Don't forget about your road dog.
Trev's going to be busy. All right, Trev, don't forget about your road dog. Rod wants to go with you. All right, here comes Kinsler to get things started for the Tigers. Kinsler, Castellanos, and Cabrera facing Trevor Bauer. These two teams, of course, had a lopsided season series last year, with the Cleveland Indians winning most of the ball games, 14 of the ball games they played. So we'll see if the Tigers can turn that around beginning here tonight at Progressive Field.
Ian Kinsler off to a pretty good start. Already a couple of home runs for Ian Kinsler in that leadoff spot. When he gets on, obviously he touches home plate quite often.
Day off yesterday for Kinsler, back in there here this evening. And here we go. The first pitch of tonight's ball game is low and away. 1 ball and no strikes.
You want to get Trevor Bauer early in counts. You want to hit in fastball counts, because once he gets ahead of you, he will go to that curveball, which has been one of his best pitches and is one of the best curveballs for a right-hander in baseball.
Yeah, opponents are batting under 200 against that curveball. He has fallen behind Kinsler 2-0. Ian batting .280 in the brand new season. There's a strike call, 2-1.
In Bauer's first outing of the year against the Arizona Diamondbacks, he did not walk one batter. It was the only second start of his major league career that he did not walk at least one batter.
Bauer's had terrific stuff throughout the course of his career, Rod, but you're right. I mean, it's been a situation where it seems like every game that we have faced him, he's 3, 4, 5 walks.
And his pitch count is right around 75, 80, right around the 4th inning or the 5th inning.
That last start against Arizona, snapping the streak of 41 straight starts with at least 1 walk. 2-2 on Kinsler. And Ian looks at a ball that just missed outside. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
And Perez, the catcher behind the plate, is an outstanding game caller, and he's a really nice presenter of the baseball. When he catches it in his glove to the umpire, he's got a real strong wrist, and his glove stays steady, and he will give the home plate umpire tonight, Clint Fagan, a real nice look at the baseball.
Popped up left side of the infield. The third baseman Diaz under it, and Kinsler is retired, 1 gone. That's how we start this one here tonight. That'll bring up Nick Castellanos. Nick has batted in the 2 spot every game so far this year. He is still there. He has slowed down a little bit in terms of the red hot start he got off to. There's Terry Francona again skippering this Cleveland team, in which he brought to the World Series in the brink of a World Championship last year.
He managed his tail off in the World Series last year.
In so many ways. That ball lined right to the right fielder Almonte. And there are 2 gone.
I mean, Cleveland was not as talented as the Chicago Cubs, but they nearly beat the Chicago Cubs in the World Series. 7-game World Series, one of the most exciting World Series you'll ever see.
Yep, it really was something to behold, and you felt bad for the city of Cleveland and the Indians because they were on the cusp. But of course, the Cubs, it had been a while since they got it done.
It was meant to be for Chicago.
Here is Miguel Cabrera now with 2 outs. Bauer in search of the 1-2-3 first inning. Miggy hit his first home run of the season yesterday, a laser to right field. And he'll look at a ball up and in.
Now, you may remember the last time that Miguel Cabrera went up against Bauer. Bauer hit him, and it was one of the final weekend series of the season. And Miguel not happy with that first pitch fastball inside.
Some chirping going on right now, too. Cabrera was visibly upset with that last pitch. Threw his arms up in the air.
Is it going to be like that this year, partner?
It could be. Dude, it's inning 1 of game 1. And we're already going at it, appears. This should be interesting. The crowd hooting and hollering against Cabrera.
Going back in there again.
Fouled straight back. 1 ball and 1 strike.
In reality, if you're going to get Miguel Cabrera out consistently, you have to crowd him inside. He's been so dangerous. He's a great hitter. He's going to the Hall of Fame. And when he's able to extend his arms, he does major damage. And the Cleveland Indians know that because Miguel's done major damage against the Indians. Here's the proof.
350 with 42 lifetime homers against the Tribe. Here's the 1-1. 2 balls and 1 strike. Missed with a breaking ball there.
Mickey has done more damage against Tribe pitching than he has done against just about every other team in baseball.
Cabrera, 1 homer, 1 RBI in the year. Swing and a miss, and the count now levels.
That is one thing that some of the starting pitchers in baseball this year have been able to do with Miguel. They've been able to throw a lot of fastballs by him, and he's swung and missed a lot of fastballs already this year.
We saw a lot of that on the first homestand.
Look at Bauer. He wants to blow Miguel away. He's got that look on his face like he just wants to blow him away with another fastball.
Missed up high.
Threw him a changeup.
Victor Martinez waiting in the on-deck circle. 2 out, nobody on, just underway here in Cleveland. Now Bauer with the 3-2, and it's hammered foul back out of play. Trevor Bauer last year establishing highs in a couple of different categories. In fact, he was second on their ball club in innings, starts, and strikeouts.
And he started the season last year in the bullpen.
He did, and by the end of the season was a member of their rotation with all the injuries they had in the starting rotation last year. And Cabrera fouls off another.
And Miguel Cabrera hit his first home run of the year. You brought this up, partner, when he stepped in the batter's box. But take a look at the lower half on this side swing. This is when Miguel is able to do damage. When his lower half is firm and stable, and he's hitting up against a firm front side, he gets great bat speed, and he's already worn out Phil Hughes anyway. That's 7 home runs against Phil Hughes now in his career.
Again, the 3-2 fouled away.
Real nice, short, quick swing there by Miguel Cabrera, not over swinging on the fastballs that he's getting. Take a look at the balls put in play so far, but for Miguel, 72% have gone the opposite way. 14 up the middle and only 14 to the pull field.
I knew it was high, but I didn't know it was 72%. And he walked in, ball 4. So Bauer issues the 2-out walk. Tigers have their first base runner of tonight's ball game. Now Victor Martinez. A switch hitting DH for the Tigers. Lee-Mart this year at 207. He's knocked in 3. We've talked about how the Tigers have to get the middle of their lineup going. Guys like Cabrera and Martinez, Upton, they have all gotten off to slow starts. Yet the Tigers come in 6-3.
And on the other flip side of that, the Tribe, they've also had a slow start for their middle of the order guys, and they're not winning the games because the Tigers, 7, 8, 9 guys have been getting it done.
They're playing to pull defensively on V-Mart. They've got the shift going. Cleveland, just like just about every other team in how they play, Martinez. Now Bauer with the 1-0. And Victor popped it up. Shallow right field. Who wants it? It's going to be Ramirez out there to make the play, and that's going to be that for the Tigers. Between innings here, the Tigers and Indians are scoreless, but at the beginning of the game, you may recall up and in on a ball to Miguel Cabrera.
This is how it all started. And fastball up and in against Miguel Cabrera. Miguel didn't like it, and immediately he looks to the Indians dugout. He doesn't look at Bauer. He looks to the Indians dugout and starts to have a conversation with their dugout before he steps into the batter's box. And then after the third out was recorded, Miguel Cabrera was over there by their dugout having a conversation, which prompted the home plate umpire Clint Fagan to issue warnings for both teams.
Yeah, Cabrera actually walked toward the Cleveland dugout and was jawboning with, well, just probably about everybody on the bench. And the warnings have been issued now for both ball clubs. So little fireworks early on in this one. There's Cabrera and Sandy Alomar Jr. having a chat, their first base coach for the Indians.
Miguel was walking toward the dugout after the third out, and I don't know exactly what happened here, but warnings have been issued, so guys will not be pitching inside as frequently as they might like to today.
In the meantime, Daniel Norris getting ready to go to work here. It'll be Carlos Santana to get things started for the Indians. No score, bottom of the first. And Norris brings it home. Daniel with a fastball that missed inside. 1 ball to no strikes. Santana not the fastest of starts, batting .205. Here's the 1-0. Hammered down the left field line, foul. That'll get back into the seats. Well, it certainly changes the tone and tenor of this ball game when you're not allowed to pitch inside. You are allowed, but you have to be very careful now if you're Norris and your Bauer going forward about pitching inside. One ball, 1 strike on Santana. 1 home run this year. He's knocked in 6. Did not have a very good series against the White Sox. Just 1 for 13 in their completed series, in which the Sox won 2 out of 3. That'll miss inside.
Daniel Norris stands about as far as you can stand on the third base side of the rubber. I mean, if he has any part of his foot on the rubber, it's his big toe, and that allows him to get fastballs inside against right-handed batters. That's why he stands on that side. Got some sweet shoes on, too.
Popped up. Middle of the infield. It'll be Kinsler to the grass. One away. Here's the rest of the lineup for the Indians, presented by the Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. You saw Santana, Lindor, and Geyer at the top of the lineup. Edwin Encarnacion off to a very slow start. After signing that big deal, he's DHing. Ramirez and Diaz, and a bottom three of Almonte Perez. And Austin Jackson and Daniel Norris, presented tonight by Family Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
Daniel Norris has all 4 pitches. He has a fastball that will get up to 95. The average heater right around 92, 93. He also has a slider, curveball, and a changeup.
That ball hit well to center field. Jones on the move, still going back, just about to the wall in dead center.
That's a nice job by the youngster Jacoby Jones, playing in this ballpark for the very first time. Has to get on his horse on a ball hit over his head by the very talented Francisco Lindor, and had plenty of room once he got back to the warning track to make the adjustment to make the play. You go as hard as you can, as fast as you can, and then if you need to stop and readjust, that's exactly what you do. He took one peek at the warning track and was able to make that adjustment. Nice play, Jacoby.
Meanwhile, Lindor hit one just about 400 feet for an out.
Get back in the weight room, young man.
Here's Brandon Geyer. They've got Geyer batting third tonight, basically because he just pounds left-handed pitching. That has been his calling card. They picked him up from the Rays last year.
He was a nice pickup for them.
Fouled back out of play.
You know, a lot of people talk about the Rajay home run that he hit against Chapman in this ballpark in Game 7, which tied the score, but it was Brandon Geyer before he stepped to the plate that had that classic at bat against Chapman.
286. These are the career splits for Geyer against lefties. Last year he batted .336 against left-handers. Here's the 0-2. Yeah, we tend to remember the big plays, the big home runs, and the ones that, you know, stick out, but there's always a play or two before the big shot, and Geyer got a huge hit for them.
I don't remember how many pitches it was, but it was at least 10 pitches. It was a lengthy at bat.
Right. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Norris has his first strikeout of the ball game. 1-2-3, first inning. We go to the second when Justin Upton will get things started for the Tigers. Tigers in Tribe, no score, and Miguel Cabrera is still shaking his head on the Tigers bench after that little dust up in the first inning. Here come the Tigers down. It'll be Upton, Collins, and Avila in the top of the second against Bauer.
Bauer surrendered the walk to Cabrera, but got Martinez to pop up.
And Justin hit his first home run of the season yesterday. 414 feet from home plate to left center field.
A 182 start this year for Upton, and he takes way high 1-0. Would you say that Bauer is very uncomfortable at bat?
He isn't uncomfortable at bat because he really doesn't know where the ball is going. He throws hard enough just to scare you enough that you're not all that comfortable in the batter's box. They call guys like Bauer effectively wild because he definitely has good stuff.
Line drive to center field, going to drop, base hit right in front of Austin Jackson. Leadoff single for Justin Upton.
Yeah, once Bauer missed with the changeup on the first pitch, and Jay Up knew he was going to get a fastball. He knew it was going to be a firm fastball, and he got on top of a 94-mile-per-hour fastball and whistled it right back up the middle.
Tyler Collins has been a bright surprise for the Tigers early on. .350 batting average out of the gates, including a home run so far this year. Collins getting a majority of the reps in right field because he is a left-handed batter. He, of course, platoons with Mikey Motto.
And one of the things that Collins has really done well lately, and that's kind of slowing the game down. When young guys first come to the big leagues, there's a tendency to allow the game to get too fast on you in certain situations. And Collins was that guy for a couple of years, but Brad really got in his ear last year. Collins was able to slow the game down last year down the stretch. He performed well, had a good spring training, and now he's off to a nice start.
You know, you say slowing the game down, and a lot of times that I would assume could be easier said than done. And I'm sure a lot of that comes with more experience, feeling more comfortable. The 0-2 is lined to the shortstop, right at Lindor. Hit it hard, but right at him. That'll bring up Alex Avila, and it brings us to the Bernstein advantage. Avila career against Bauer is 6 for 16, so pretty good numbers here.
Yeah, we had a feeling that Avila would be in the lineup today. When Brad was walking on the plane last night, he kind of has the starting lineup in his hand, and he goes to the back of the plane to tell the players who's playing the next day.
We try and take a sneak peek at it, but he gives us maybe 2 to 3 seconds to look at it.
And then ask you what was it.
Yeah, exactly. 1 on 1 out. And Avila looks at a strike.
Brad's birthday today, I believe, what, 48 years old today for Brad?
It is indeed. So happy birthday, Mr. Osmus.
He shares a birthday with David Justice and also Peter Edward Rose.
Really?
Yeah. It's their birthday today, too.
You've been doing your research.
Little taste.
Avila's hit safely in 3 straight.
Got to trick him every now and then.
0-2.
Nice changeup there thrown by Bauer, who usually throws more curveballs, especially when he gets ahead in the count. But that change piece, that straight change, was a real good pitch. You got to keep an eye on Upton. Upton will steal a bag. He's already stolen 1 this year, and he said he wanted to run more this season.
Just missed. Skosh outside, and Avila now with a count of 1-2.
Perez has an outstanding arm. They got 2 really good catchers here. The Perez kid and Yan Gomes, 2 outstanding receivers.
Perez played a lot in the postseason last year.
Perez threw out 11 of 24 last year. So if Jay Up's thinking about running, or any other Tiger thinking about running today, they better get a good jump.
Playing to pull on the infield against Avila. Here's the 1-2. Checked it. Did he go? Did not.
Mark Wagner is the third base umpire this evening.
McCann has gotten the majority of the starts this year behind the dish. Avila getting the call here today. You can expect James to get back behind the plate tomorrow. And we showed you the numbers for Avila against Bauer. hoping that holds true to form tonight. Missed it again. Full count now, 3-2.
And we'll see what Brad is thinking here with up. And Mario's already told you that Avila's had some decent numbers against Bauer, which means he probably could put the ball in play. And if Brad wants to stay out of the double play, he'll simply start Justin Upton in this situation, hoping for some contact.
Runner holds, and he got him looking. Strike 3 called. Avila didn't like it, but he's out of there.
It's almost like Avila was looking for something else. That fastball might have gotten way too much plate to be taking on a 3-2 pitch. And it's a good thing that Brad did not send Justin Upton. Ooh, that's borderline. And I like the way that Alex simply just walked back to the dugout, because he's also catching today, and he knows he wants that same pitch for his pitcher tonight. That would be Daniel Norris. So a little mini protest, and then professionally just walking back to the dugout.
Here is Jacoby Jones with 2 outs. Jacoby had 4 hits on the homestand.
He was my pick to stick yesterday. I think he got me about 4 or 5 points yesterday. He got a couple knocks. He stole a base. He scored a run.
He walked. Single triple walk for Jacoby yesterday.
Oh, he had a good day.
Yeah, he did. .238 batting average. Not only that, he's been playing outstanding center field for the Tigers. Swing and a miss. We talked about the fact, Rod, that it's nice to be able to kind of slot Jacoby lower in a lineup that features a lot of prolific pieces offensively.
Yeah, when you have guys like Kinsler and Upton, Castellanos, and Miggy and Victor, you can allow a guy like Jacoby Jones to bat 7th or 8th and just kind of go down there and kind of do his thing.
Missed outside. 1-2. Jones 4 RBIs on the year. Daniel Norris had himself a 1-2-3 first. Blocked by Perez. 2-2. It's an Indians team right now that is not playing all that well. They've lost 5 of their last 6, including 2 out of 3 against the White Sox. And that opening series they had against Texas, in which they won 3 of those games, all 3 of them. A couple of them come from behind. We thought, oh, they could get off to a great start.
Yeah, Texas is supposed to be a really good team this year, postseason team. A lot of people have picked them to get to the postseason, the Rangers.
Runner goes, and it's sprayed foul, back out of play. A little confab on the mound now as Perez walks out to talk to Bauer. Tigers, meanwhile, despite losing the ball game yesterday, had a very successful homestand, winning 3 out of 4 against the Red Sox and then 2 out of 3 against the Twins, which has put the Detroiters in first place with Minnesota in the early going. Line drive, base hit down the right field line. Checking in at second and now going to third is Upton, and the throw is cut off, and Jacoby Jones with a single to right.
What a beautiful piece of hitting by the youngster Jacoby Jones, who got himself a fastball that looked like it might have been a couple of inches off the plate, but he let it travel deep enough to create the bat angle to hit an absolute missile right past their first baseman. That would be Santana. An outstanding base running by Justin Upton. It was a couple of inches off the plate, but Jay Up able to get to third base on the solid single off the bat of Jacoby Jones. Jay Up wasn't even thinking about stopping. That's one of the things the Tigers have said they want to do better this year. They want to run the bases better than they did last season. They were not a good base running team a season ago.
Jacoby's triple in the ball game yesterday went to right center field. That one was drilled down the right field line.
I don't know exactly how he will attack Iglesias, but the Tigers have to know that Bauer loves to throw his curveball in certain situations when runners are on base. And if he happens to bounce one, then Jacoby Jones and Upton need to be ready to advance 90 feet.
Iglesias had 3 hits in yesterday's game, trying to erase a slow start. Jose is homered on the season, 4 RBIs. No balls and 2 strikes down the Tigers shortstop. Hey, Menards brings you the big money encounter. The Tigers in their encounters against Bauer have had some good numbers. 6.89 ERA for Bauer against Detroit.
Oh, John Lester on that list.
0-2. Iglesias stays alive.
Already Bauer, for me, in the first couple of frames of this outing, is coming out throwing more fastballs at the Tigers than he has in recent memory. And maybe one of the reasons why is the numbers we just gave you. In his prior outings, he hasn't been all that good against Detroit. So maybe he's trying to flip the script. Tigers might be looking for off-speed pitches, and he's continued to throw fastballs.
Here's Mickey Callaway, the fine pitching coach for Cleveland. And Jacoby draws to throw.
Nearly 70% fastballs thrown by Bauer so far today through the first couple of frames. 30% off speed.
Again, the 0-2. Bouncing ball left side of the infield. It's going to get through. Lindor has no play. It's an infield single. And the Tigers have a 1-0 lead. Iglesias with an RBI single.
The real good base running by Justin Upton getting over the third base set up this first run of the contest for the Tigers. Had he not been so aggressive and gotten to third base, then the bases would be loaded on that infield single there by Iglesias, who gets down the batter's box very fast and gets down the line very quick. Lots of infield singles in the career already for Iglesias.
5th RBI of the year for Iglesias. There's Kinsler.
That's a big run right there.
Tigers scoring first. Yeah, it's a 2-out run. Ian popped up in his only at bat. Ball 1 high. 3 singles in this inning for the Tigers. Kinsler's had a really good on-base percentage this year, .455, best among leadoff men. And he's going 2-0. Ooh, they're bringing the blankets out already tonight.
Nice crowd here on Friday night in Cleveland. Peace blanket.
Do you think those 2 youngsters were at Woodstock? No. Just a guess.
Hey, the mamas and daddies.
They might have been.
Yeah, they might have been there. They all cuddled up.
She got the bright shoes on too.
And match the blanket.
Yeah. 2-1 on Kinsler. Down the middle it comes, a strike call. Jones at second, Iglesias at first. 2 outs, a run in for the Tigers here in the second. Now Bauer ready with the 2-2. High, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Castellanos waiting on deck. Already a couple of lengthy innings for Bauer. Runners go on 3-2 and a swing and a miss. He struck him out. Kinsler strikes out to strand 2, but the Tigers get a run. Cleveland, the two sluggers, Miguel Cabrera and Edwin Encarnacion. And really, Rod, they've gone off to slow starts. You don't expect this to go on much longer, though.
No, because you look at the body of work that they've done since the beginning of 2012. 170 homers for Miggy, 194 for Encarnacion. The OPS way up there. These guys will not struggle much longer.
First at bat of the ball game for Encarnacion. He'll get things started here for Cleveland in the second. And a ball up high to Encarnacion.
Encarnacion hit 42 home runs and drove in 127 last year for the Toronto Blue Jays. The 127 was a leader in the RBI department.
Well, as soon as last year ended, many thought there was no way the Blue Jays would be able to keep both Bautista and Encarnacion. And that turned out to be the truth. Bautista remained. Encarnacion signs with the Indians. Cleveland adding a big bat to their lineup. A lineup that lost Mike Napoli from last year, and he was a huge part of this team. Missing low in the count on Encarnacion, now 3-0.
They also did not re-sign Rajay Davis, who led the American League in stolen bases last year. The Tribe will not be as athletic this year. They will not steal nearly as many bases as they did a season ago, because Rajay is not here.
The 3-0 pitch is in for a strike. Edwin was not signed until middle of January 15th, when he finally signed a contract with the team. 3-year deal. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Ground ball, left side of the infield, Iglesias. Encarnacion is out, one gone. It'll bring up Jose Ramirez. How much of a loss do you think Napoli will be from this offense? Because he was kind of the heart and soul of this team at times last year.
Well, not only on the field, Mario, but a lot of the people that I talked to before the game today, a lot of people that I talked to last year when the Tribe were wearing out the Detroit Tigers, they said that Napoli's worth was not only on the field, but in the clubhouse. He was one guy that was able to police that clubhouse, and managers don't have to do that. You love to have those kind of veterans on your team, and he was that guy.
Jose Ramirez looks at a strike.
This young man right here, they don't get to the postseason if it wasn't for the year that this young man had last year. Without Michael Brantley, this guy filled in and had a wonderful year.
Now Ramirez very versatile as well. He's playing second base these days with the injury to Kipnis.
He can hit. I was talking to Ty Van Berkeley before the game today. He's the hitting instructor, hitting coach, I should say, for the Tribe. And he said those numbers were no fluke. They expect the same type of numbers from Ramirez. Here's Tyrus.
Here's the 1-1. Does he know you call him Tyrus? I'm not sure he would approve.
I called him Tyrus today.
Tyrus.
Yeah, I called him Tyrus today when I walked by the batting cage.
What'd he say?
He gave me a big old hug. Didn't say nothing. We were teammates in Japan. I know Ty well.
Here's the 2-1. Well, Ramirez last year really kind of came out of nowhere because he improved his numbers, at least in the batting average column, 100 points from the previous season.
And not only that, it's what he did with runners in scoring position. Yeah. He was one of the better hitters in the American League with runners in scoring position.
He consistently got it done, especially with 2 outs.
Stole 22 bases.
Foul away, stays alive.
Norris looks good out there today. Nice and easy, free delivery. The ball is exploding out of his hand. He's gotten up to 95, 96, and he's thrown some really good breaking balls.
We gave you that number a little bit earlier. 20 consecutive starts now, allowing 3 earned runs or less.
The future is awfully bright for Daniel Norris.
And Ramirez pounds another one back in the seats. I get a feeling that these guys, whether it's Norris or Boyd or Fulmer or Verlander or Zimmerman, they all kind of feed off each other. And the Tigers, for the most part, have gotten really good production out of their starting rotation.
That's a great point. And their starters have been on point all season long. Justin Verlander, for the last couple of years, has been one of the best pitchers in baseball, bar none.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. So Ramirez is out of there. 2 gone. And the second strikeout of the game. Norris has retired the first 5 in a row.
Good fastball here to a good pitcher. I mean, hitter. Excuse me. That's a breaking ball down. Excuse me. At 87. You brought this up, partner. 20 consecutive streaks, 3 earned runs or less for the youngster Daniel Norris. Now, who would have thought that?
Not me. But when you look back to especially last September when Norris was doing his best work, he was piling up some pretty good numbers. Yandy Diaz will step in. He's playing third base these days.
That last pitch, that last off-speed pitch that he got the strikeout of Ramirez on is exactly what Rich Doobie's trying to get Daniel to do. Every now and then, don't try to blow the guys away. Throw an off-speed pitch and a fastball count. You'll be amazed at the swings and misses that you'll get. He's overthrowing right now.
Yeah, especially in that last pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike.
This young man here hits the ball extremely hard. When he does make contact, Yandy Diaz hits the ball extremely hard. It's a Cuban kid.
Played 3 years professionally over in Cuba. It's our first look at Diaz. He's a big kid.
Yeah, I was watching him take some batting practice today, and the ball does make a different sound off of his bat.
And he goes 6'2", 185. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Left the strike zone. Third strikeout of the game for Daniel Norris. Nick Castellanos will get it started for the Tigers in the third. Dependable player Nicholas Castellanos last season against the Indians, while the Tigers by and large struggled against Cleveland last year. Not so for Nick.
His contact to damage numbers last season against the Tribe were simply off the chain.
381 against the Indians. Rest of the team only 217.
OPS over 1,000, over 1,100.
And it'll be Castellanos to get it going here in the third. It'll be Nick and then Cabrera, then Martinez, 2, 3, and 4. Bauer goes back to work up and in. 1 ball and no strikes.
You know, they got numbers for just about everything in baseball these days, and according to Fangraphs, Detroit's third baseman Nicholas Castellanos, 71% he hits the ball hard so far this season. So that makes 7 out of 10 times so far this year he's been hitting the ball right on the button extremely hard. And Fangraph says no one in baseball has hit the ball as hard as Nicholas Castellanos. There you go.
That does not surprise me at all, because it seems like every time he puts the ball in play, we're like, whoa.
Look at the major league average, though. 31%. That seems low.
In fact, you've got 3 of the better hitters in the league as far as hard hit balls put in play. And Castellanos at the top, Diaz on that list, and Victor as well.
Castellanos has never really been known that much as a guy to swing 3-0.
3-1. Castellanos line to right field in his first at bat. Another hard hit ball right to the left fielder this time, though, and Geyer makes the catch.
If you tuned in a little tardy, we had some fireworks that started this game, but let's flash back to September 18th of last year. Bauer against Miguel Cabrera. He hit him. Mickey didn't appreciate it. First pitch to Miguel tonight, up and in by Bauer. Mickey's got his game face on. Mickey didn't like it, and he started chirping at the Tribe dugout. Not Bauer, but the Tribe dugout. I don't know if he was talking to Terry Francona or someone else over there, but he didn't appreciate it. Warnings were issued, and that's where we sit right now. Brad was wondering, why in the world have we gotten a warning?
Well, Cabrera now can exact a little bit of revenge here. He walked in his first at bat.
Good pitch. Good change up there thrown to Mickey on the first offering by Trevor Bauer.
Bauer's 0-1. On the ground at third. Right there is Diaz. And Cabrera retired, 2 gone. Well, just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one to look forward to, Miller Time later in tonight's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. Bauer in search of a 1-2-3 inning as Victor stands in. Got Martinez to pop up to shallow right field to the second baseman his first time. And again, they play the shift against him. Ball 1 high. Victor has the ability to beat the shift and has done so on several occasions.
Especially with runners in scoring position, he will hit that ball the opposite way if they overshift him.
2-0 on Martinez. Now Bauer with the 2-0 pitch. Bouncing ball back up the middle and door. And that'll be a 1-2-3 inning for Trevor Bauer.
inning of last year's World Series in Game 7 to tie things up at 6 runs apiece. Unfortunately for Tribe fans, the Cubbies went on to win the World Series, but if they had an X marks the spot where that ball landed, I'd be standing right on it, right here on the home run porch down the left field line. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Trev, one of the more electric moments we've seen in World Series history, in recent history, and there's that home run porch. That's where Rajai Davis drilled that home run against Aroldis Chapman.
I don't know what you did after that home run, partner, but I simply jumped off my couch.
Yep.
After he hit that home, and that's one of those jump off your couch kind of moments.
It really is, and we got to know Rajai obviously very well in his days in Detroit, and you could feel his excitement. There's a chopper left side of the infield for Castellanos, and very quickly one gone.
And here's that home run against Aroldis Chapman by Rajai Davis. They said this place had never been louder. Couldn't have happened to a better guy, too.
Rajai was saying after that home run that, you know, with guys like Chapman, when you face him the first time, you are just startled by how hard he throws. But then after you face him a couple of times, you see a few pitches, and as you know, Rod, most big league hitters eventually can catch up to any fastball.
Yeah, and that was a lengthy at bat for Rajai. And did you see how far he had choked up on the bat, too? I mean, he was in his emergency stance.
He almost choked up the label.
That's what you talk about, making a 2-strike adjustment.
Here's Perez now with 1 out. Meanwhile, Mr. Norris has retired the first 7 that he's faced in this game. Tigers got a run on an infield hit by Iglesias in the second, and that's been it so far. Strike called, and 1-1 now on Roberto Perez. Perez was 0 for 7 in the series against the White Sox, batting just .111.
I thought Yan Gomes was a future catcher and going to be in this organization for a long time, but they've given this young man right here, Roberto Perez, a nice little 4-year contract, nice little 4-year extension after what he did last year in the World Series.
Well, he certainly earned it, and I think you're right. I think that when we saw Yan Gomes, we thought, man, this guy's going to be around a long time, and he is a quality catcher, Gomes.
No doubt. Good receiver, good thrower.
Both of their catchers here in Cleveland can throw. Perez last year threw out 46%.
That's pretty good.
That's really good indeed. 2-1 is high. 3 balls and 1 strike on the number 8 hitter. 30 now for Daniel Norris, 18 of which have been called strikes. Austin Jackson waiting on deck. Here's the 3-1. Ooh, right back up the middle off of Norris. It'll roll to second base. Kinsler throws him out.
Did he get him?
And Daniel gets back to his feet.
He got up quick, didn't he?
Hard hit ball. It'll go 1-4-3. Norris appears to be okay.
That was an absolute bullet right back up the middle off the bat of Perez.
You see Norris saying, I'm all right.
Fastball down, and a lot of times those fastballs go right back up the middle. That ball nearly hit him in the face. I don't know if he was able to deflect it with his glove, but that ball was headed right for his head. Look at this thing. Had he not had these quick reactions to knock that ball down, that ball headed right to the head. Hit him in the back, looked like, right?
Norris, I believe so. Norris is one of the best athletes we have seen for pitchers in this league, and that athleticism may have helped him there. Quick reactions. Here's Austin Jackson, batting with 2 outs and nobody on. We check in now with Trevor Thompson. More on Austin Jackson.
Mario, before the game, Terry Francona told me that they had to look at Austin Jackson in spring training. They had to make a quick evaluation. They didn't know how long they would have, but it didn't take long because this guy, as he said, came as advertised. Prepared, healthy, and an excellent teammate. And that's one of the things that he stressed about this guy, Austin Jackson, what a great teammate he was and how prepared he was to play. And that's why he's with the Tribe now.
Yeah, it didn't hurt that he batted .333 this spring.
Austin's still very young. Austin's still just 30 years old.
Sporting a beard these days. Fouled back out of play.
He's gotten married. He's a new dad now. He's grown up now. Nearly won the Rookie of the Year in his first year of the Tigers in 2010.
Well, had it not been for Neftali Feliz, he would have won that award. Feliz winning it for Texas.
Tremendous defender in center field. I mean, he could go get him in center field with the best of them.
Here's the 1-2 offering. Way high. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Jackson.
And Daniel Norris has got that real simple delivery. That delivery that a lot of power pitchers have gone to these days, where there's not a lot of movement. The glove stays still, which means the head stays still. You get to a nice balanced position, and you can throw a lot of strikes. Everything's under control these days for Daniel Norris and his delivery.
Missed again. 3-2. Should Jackson reach, Santana will be next.
Every now and then, Daniel Norris will get into the habit of what he just has done in the last 2 pitches. 2 fastballs at 93, where the front shoulder opens up too quick, which means the arm's going to lag, and you're not able to get on top of the baseball. Therefore, it stays up and away from the right-handed batter.
Fouled away.
We're talking about that catch by Austin Jackson. This was in the near perfect game thrown by Andres Galarraga. That was my old Jackson moment. What a catch this was. One of the finest catches I think I've ever seen at Comerica Park. And that was the first out of the inning in the 9th inning.
Boy, Jackson, man, he covered center field like few did in Detroit.
I think Mark Grudzielanek hit that ball. He was a pinch hitter.
Here's the 3-2. Ground ball, fair ball. Down the left field line, it'll go to the corner. Upton plays it off the wall. Jackson will go to second, and he has the Indians' first hit of the game.
That was a 93-mile-per-hour fastball there thrown by Daniel Norris, and it looked like it was going to beat Jackson, but all of a sudden Jackson still has some real quick hands, able to pull his hands inside on that baseball and whistles it right down the third base line, right past Nicholas Castellanos. That ball was off the plate inside, but the quick hands by Jackson able to get to it, and not only get to it, but keep it fair.
Two-out scoring chance now for the Tribe. It'll bring in Carlos Santana. He popped up in his only at bat. Norris had retired 8 straight before that double. It'll get through the catcher. Avila will not be able to get it before the runner moves up to third.
And when I was doing that piece on Austin Jackson making that catch, I believe I called Andres Galarraga, but of course Tigers fans knew I was talking about Armando Galarraga.
I'm not sure Armando had the quite same stuff that Andres had that Armando had.
No, he didn't.
But Armando couldn't hit homers like Andres.
Did you hear that in Chicago today they have 3 outfielders starting in the outfield with the last name Garcia?
I saw that.
First time in the history of the game.
Avisail, Leuri, and I can't think of the
He's
third
a young kid that just got called up.
Oh, okay, that's why. Fly ball to Garcia.
Yeah. 3 Garcias. First time in the history of the game.
Low, 2 balls and no strikes.
Tribe have struggled this year with runners in the scoring position. 28th in the majors in that department. This might not be a bad situation if you have any confidence in your off-speed pitches to throw one here to Santana. There's no doubt he'll be all over the fastball if you throw him one.
Here's the 2-0. Swing and a miss out in front.
I absolutely love this pitch. It's a 2-0 changeup to a guy that's sitting on a fastball, and it's the pitch of choice. outstanding job, and he drills Avila on that long swing. Avila can't catch a break.
He still can't catch a break after all these years.
Great call by Avila, too. I don't think Daniel's really shaking him off yet. He's a little shaken up after that.
Yeah, he's trying to get the cobwebs out right now. You may recall when Alex was in his first tour of duty, he took so many foul tips off the mask. Now the 2-1. 3 balls and 1 strike. Green 1. High ball 4. Santana gets a walk. Well, you don't want to see that because Lindor is coming up now. First walk of the ball game. Lindor had a ball nearly 400 feet his first time up to dead center field, and Jacoby Jones made a nice running play on. Lindor right now sporting a 7-game hitting streak. He's already hit 4 home runs. Ball 1, up and in.
And Francisco Lindor is so thought of at the shortstop position that he plays that in the World Baseball Classic, Carlos Correa, the very talented shortstop of the Houston Astros, had to play third base.
Lindor won a platinum glove last year.
I guess that explains it.
Yep, that'll pretty much do it.
He didn't win a gold glove, he won a platinum glove.
That ball hit high in the air to shallow center field. Jones coming in. He'll get there. And the threat is over. Nice job by Daniel Norris.
Diggs, man. Golly, Johnson.
Funny, that bag of funnies is deep for John Keating, that's for sure. Hey, the guys will be around after the ball game. Stick around. All of the post-game reaction from the Call Sam Studios after this one is complete. And right now the Tigers have a 1-0 lead. So for the Tigers, it'll be Upton. He'll get things started. Upton, then Collins, then Avila. Trevor Bauer back to work, had a 1-2-3 third, and that was his first 1-2-3 inning. Upton with a single to his credit tonight. Looks at ball one. Tigers throwing together 3 hits in the second to get a run. The bottom of the order again got it done. Iglesias with an infield single driving the game's only run. And Bauer throws the strike 1-1.
It's a nice changeup there thrown by Bauer. Fading changeup. He started that ball off the plate and it caught the outside corner.
Two balls and 1 strike. Bauer last year got his initial chance in the rotation when Carrasco went on the disabled list. You think back at what the Indians did last year with the injuries to their starting rotation. Terry Francona did a masterful job of kind of weaving through the season and the postseason.
I think Terry did his best work with their bullpen. They have a really good bullpen, and last year he was just able to maneuver those arms down in the bullpen. He made all the right decisions down the stretch. He made all the right decisions during the postseason, and they nearly won a world championship. That guy right there, we'd like to keep him sitting right there for the next 3 days. That would be Andrew Miller. Former Tiger Andrew Miller.
Originally traded by the Tigers in the Miguel Cabrera deal. Miller then resurfacing as quite a bullpen piece.
He is one of the finest relievers in all of baseball these days.
Here's the 2-2. Well, you wonder, Rod, with all of the pitchers last year that went deep into the postseason, how much of an effect that will have.
And a lot of them did it for the very first time. Guys like Corey Kluber, Trevor Bauer, Cody Allen. Brian Shaw, of course, is a veteran pitcher who throws a lot of innings out of the bullpen too. But you're going to have that when you get to the postseason. Your guys are going to throw more than they've ever thrown.
Ooh, Upton didn't like that call. He's punched out of there for strike 3. You see Justin just shaking his head. He thought that ball missed.
Still shaking his head.
Let's see. Well, he got the benefit of the call there. A strikeout number 3 in the ball game for Bauer. Here's Tyler Collins. Tyler hit a ball hard his first time up, but right at the shortstop Lindor.
Back-to-back changeups, back-to-back straight changeups to Tyler Collins. The result the same on both of the pitches. A swing and a miss.
So if a guy's throwing you back-to-back changeups now, you're down 0-2.
You got to be looking for your fastball now.
He got it and fouled it straight back.
And you hope that he makes a mistake with one of those changeups. Most guys will not throw you 3 changeups in any one at bat. But we'll see if Bauer is feeling that good about his to do that to Tyler Collins.
1-2 on Collins. Brad got an update from JD Martinez down in Florida. JD texted Brad the other day and said he's really feeling good, taking batting practice. He's been doing some running, swing and a miss. Down he goes. Another strikeout, 2 gone, and also JD throwing now from about 200 feet. So Martinez hopefully will be able to join the Tigers by the end of this month of April, and certainly will be a big boost to this lineup.
I thought I saw some stuff on JD Martinez taking some swings.
Yes, indeed.
And he looked awfully good taking those swings.
Well, the general consensus is that he's progressing very rapidly from that foot injury. Got the heaters going there.
Michael Fulmer.
Don't get too close. Avila takes ball 1. strikeout in the second for Avila, one of the 4 that Bauer has posted tonight. Tigers lead 1-0.
If you're Alex in this particular situation, you could sit on something soft if you choose to do so. I know it's a fastball count, but Bauer's thrown a lot of changeups today in fastball counts. And if he throws you a fastball, you can simply take it. But this is where you're thinking maybe it's going to be off speed. He threw him a fastball and he missed with it.
3-0.
I mean, it's okay to sit on certain pitches early in counts, especially if a guy has proven to you that he's throwing that pitch consistently and he's throwing it a lot in the game.
And he lost him on 4 straight. 2 base on balls here for Avila. Well, the Detroit Tigers May Digital Ballpark Pass is your ticket to 10 home games in the month of May. 1 pass, 10 games, only $59. All tickets will be digitally delivered via your mobile device. Buy yours today at tigers.com/pass. I would say it's a pretty good successful homestand to start the year for the Tigers.
Yeah, they won both series. That's exactly what you want to do in your home ballpark. You want to win those series and you want to split on the road.
Had some nice crowds. The weather for the most part cooperated. Jacoby Jones, the batter.
And Tigers always appreciate getting away from the first couple of weeks of the season. Of course, you have the home opener on the road. You usually have one home opener at home. You have lots of family in town that very first homestand. Now guys get on the road. They start to play some night games. They start to get that routine for the remainder of the season.
Well, that first night game gives you an opportunity to sleep in a little bit later if you choose to do so and like to do so. But most of the guys were saying today they was just so conditioned to getting up for day games that they got up early today.
It takes a while. It takes a minute.
Here's the 0-2. Did you get up early today?
I got up pretty early today. I got about 7:30 today. Ooh. And then I went downstairs and had some breakfast, and I saw a lot of the Tigers players heading on the elevator, getting out this morning, going to get some breakfast.
0-2 the count. And Jacoby Jones. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Bauer has 5 strikeouts.
the corner of Michigan and Trumbull, but here the corner is Carnegie and Ontario. That's where Progressive Field is found. And out here down the right field line, this is where they put in some brand new standing room only seating. And as you can see inside the bar, plenty of folks taking advantage of this hot spot. That's where you can find me in the later innings here tonight if you happen to be looking for me. Back to you guys.
Well, so much for Trevor working the postgame show tonight.
Yes, right. He's at the corner.
He'll be at the corner. Daniel Norris goes back to work as we go to the bottom of the fourth here in Cleveland. It'll be Brandon Guyer, Edwin Encarnacion, and then Jose Ramirez. Daniel Norris back to work, gave up a double and a walk in the third, but no further damage.
So far, Alex Avila, the veteran catcher, is leading Daniel Norris beautifully as far as calling some of the off-speed pitches in fastball counts. And for the most part, Norris has been able to throw those pitches for strikes. Back-to-back off-speed pitches there to Brandon Guyer.
0-2 on Guyer. One of 3 strikeouts for Norris in this game. Now Norris ready with the 1-2.
You don't want to go inside against Brandon Guyer. He gets hit a lot. He led the majors last season, getting hit 31 times. And as a matter of fact, Mario, the last 3 years he has led the league in getting hit by pitches.
67 times for Guyer. It's got to be some kind of an art form.
Well, he just doesn't get out of the way very well. You can almost see that last, the way he took that last pitch. It's almost like he leans in there.
I mean, do you want to be wearing 67 pitches of the last 3 years?
Absolutely not.
Take one for the team.
He does it with regularity.
3-2, so from 0-2 to 3-2. Only 1 hit allowed so far by Norris in this game. The double by Jackson in the third. That's it. Bouncing ball, first base side, Cabrera. 1 gone. By the way, stay tuned to Tigers Live. Following the game, we'll select the Fox Sports Detroit Tigers player of the game, presented by McDonald's. Stop by for your breakfast favorites, now being served all day. Here's Encarnacion. Looking to play the shift out against Encarnacion.
There are a lot of people that travel with the Cleveland Indians that are sort of surprised that their offense has gotten off to such a sluggish start. I mean, they started the season in Texas, where it's warm, and then they went to Arizona and played in Arizona to begin the year, but yet several guys have just not gotten on track. I mean, you love to play in warm weather cities in April.
They really hit the ball well in that 3-game series against the Rangers to start the year.
And they're playing Edwin Encarnacion to pull in the infield. Ian Kinsler on the left side of the infield, along with Iglesias and also Castellanos.
Norris doing a little landscape work on the mound.
It looked like he slipped after that last delivery.
Here's the 1-1. 2-1 on Encarnacion. And again, Norris doesn't feel real comfortable with that landing spot on the hill.
Well, the last 2 deliveries, he looked awfully uncomfortable after he delivered the baseball.
Strike call, 2-2.
It's a well-located fastball away from the arm side at 93 miles per hour on the black. Can't locate one any better than that.
Ramirez on deck for the Indians. ball high. 3-2. How many times over the last couple of years do we roll into Toronto and have Encarnacion hit a couple of home runs? You hear that big old foghorn in Rogers Center.
And then he started carrying that parrot around the bases too.
They call it the Ed Wing.
Whatever it was funny, man. That parrot.
It's a 3-2, and it's a little looper into shallow right center field. Going to drop, base hit. Encarnacion has a 1-out single.
Sarcastic cheers from the fans here in attendance.
They were expecting a little bit more to this point, but he'll get it going.
He will. He can hit. He's done it for a long time.
Here is Jose Ramirez.
And both of those guys can hit, as a matter of fact, standing over by first base. Miggy and Encarnacion, both guys off to a sluggish starts by their standards.
One on, one out. Here's Ramirez. Ball 1 to Ramirez, who struck out in the second. Norris, for the most part, has stayed out of trouble tonight. He had a couple of runners in the third, but no damage done. Ramirez, pretty good series against the White Sox. He was 4 for 10. Now the 1-0. And Avila got hit again.
Yeah, he got hit earlier by Santana, this time on the long swing by Ramirez. And Alex might want to think of backing up a little bit against these Indians.
Yeah, like to the backstop. Avila again trying to shake it off. Home plate umpire Clint Fagan asking if he's all right. The 1-1. Strike call.
Pitch. Outstanding pitch. His off-speed stuff has been tremendous so far tonight. And I believe Avila's the one that's calling all the off-speed pitches. He's making him throw them. Whether it be the changeup, whether it be the breaking ball, he's been laying him in there really nicely.
This is why the Tigers wanted Avila to rejoin the organization. His ability to call games, handle a pitching staff, especially with the young guys the Tigers have on their staff. Little looper into right field, and it's going to be caught by Collins.
It's probably the last thing that you learn as a starting pitcher, especially a guy that has the kind of ability like a Daniel Norris or Michael Fulmer. Both guys come to the big leagues with overpowering fastballs, one left-handed, one right-handed, but you have to start to throw off-speed pitches in fastball counts, and I think Fulmer, he started doing that last year. I think it was his third or fourth outing, and we know what happened for him. He went on to be Rookie of the Year. They're trying to get Daniel Norris to start to do more of it, and we've seen some really soft contact when he's made some nice quality pitches off speed variety.
But that does take a certain level of confidence, though, doesn't it?
And it takes a catcher like Alex Avila that you respect, that's going to make you throw, and he's not going to allow you to shake him off. He's going to make sure that Daniel has a good changeup before it's all said and done.
Ball 1 to Yandy Diaz.
And a lot of times with Norris, it gets him back on track. You could see on that last delivery, his front shoulder flew off as you look at the pitch usage tonight for Daniel. He's used the fastball, he's used the changeup, he's used the slider. But that last delivery, he flew open with that open shoulder. Now you call him off speed pitch and you get him back on track.
Way outside, 2-0. I mentioned the Indians are without Kipnis, their second baseman, so Ramirez has had to slide over to play third, and Yandy Diaz made the club out of spring camp with a huge spring training bat at .458.
The Tigers may be catching a little bit of a break as well. Michael Brantley not in the lineup tonight.
the way that Terry Francona has been using Michael Brantley, who missed basically the entire season last year. He plays him a couple of games and then he sits for one game.
But they got to get Brantley through the entire season. Meanwhile, the count has gone to 3-0 on Yandy Diaz. And he walked him. And he missed badly with several of those pitches. That'll put 2 on. It's the second walk of the ball game for the left-hander Norris. Norris had 3 walks against Boston in his first start. .65 now for Daniel. Here is Abraham Almonte. Bounced out to third, his only at bat. There's a strike call. The Indians in their just completed series with Chicago, they were terrible with men in scoring position. At one point they were 0 for 18 in that series and finished 2 for 28.
It's one of the reasons why they've dropped 5 of their last 6 games.
The 0-1 way outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Norris has lost his feel a little bit in this inning. He's given up a single and a walk.
He hasn't been able to throw the fastball for a strike, but he has had no problem throwing the breaking ball and the changeup for strikes in this inning.
Ground ball left side. Castellanos cuts it off, and they'll get the force to retire the side. No runs, a single, a walk, 2 men left. On top of the Indians by a score of 1-0. Mario and Pemba, Rod Allen back here at the ballpark, and the Tigers, we talked about at the top of the show, Rod, they've got to find a way to get some wins against Cleveland this year, because if they had a few more last year, they'd be in the postseason.
Well, try beat up on them last year like they stole something. That much we do know. In the 18 games, they won 14 of those. Another heavyweight matchup here tonight. Couple of pitchers doing their jobs out there. Daniel Norris and also Trevor Bauer making quality pitches in certain situations.
The Tigers also continue to get some production out of the bottom of the lineup, including Iglesias, who has an RBI already in the game, and that's kind of been a theme for the Tigers. They've got a lot of production from the bottom part of their lineup.
They'll take that because there were times last year where I know they weren't getting that kind of production out of the bottom of their lineup. Of course, they've always gotten that kind of production out of the top with Kinsler and Miguel and also Victor Martinez, but not so much the bottom a season ago. So it's good to see those guys maturing and getting off to better starts.
Iglesias with an RBI infield hit in the second, now has 5 driven in this year. Here's the 1-1. Pulled on the ground, fair inside the bag at third. This will be extra bases for Iglesias. He'll cruise into second with a stand-up double. 2-hit game tonight for Jose.
And Diaz, the third baseman, was playing in at the cut of the grass, and I don't know why. Iglesias very seldom bunts, although he will show it. Because he was playing in, that changeup faded right up and in on Iglesias. He was able to turn on it, and he hit the ball right past the third baseman. And as soon as he hit it, he was off and running. He knew he was going to get 2 out of that.
Here's Ian Kinsler.
Yeah, very important here for the Tigers to execute here and play some small ball. Ian Kinsler has to at least get Iglesias over to third base with less than 1 out. Less than 2 outs, excuse me.
Oh for 2 for Kinsler tonight. A pop up and a strikeout. And bullpen's having a little chat session down there. I don't normally see that.
Yeah, they're close though, I guess.
Here's the 1-0. Sprayed foul. 1 ball, 1 strike on Kinsler.
I guess Miller and Anibal Sanchez must have been teammates in Florida.
Right. Getting caught up.
Just make sure Miller stays in that bullpen.
Exactly. I'm sure we'll see him at some point. Here's the 1-1. High, 2 balls and 1 strike. Bauer back in the day was the 3rd overall pick of the Diamondbacks in 2011. Played his college ball at UCLA, and he got to the big leagues quickly. Very next season he was in the major leagues with Arizona. Fouled away. You see Kinsler trying to go the other way, but pounded back into the seats.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to do with the runner on second base and nobody out. You have to try to manufacture a run, play some small ball.
Bauer now operating against the top of the Tigers lineup after the leadoff double by Iglesias. That inside out swing, and he whistled it right back toward the Tiger dugout.
Did it get Tyler Collins? Sure did. Got it. Hurt too.
Oh boy.
Goodness.
Oh, right at you.
Ian Kinsler literally took that ball out of the glove of the youngster Perez.
Collins heading back up to, I believe, the clubhouse. It looked like he ducked back in. Fought that one off. So here's the question, Rod. You know Kinsler is up there right now trying to hit the ball the other way, and if you see the pitching pattern of the right-hander Bauer, everything is away, away, away.
Because a lot of times pitchers feel like, because Bauer does throw hard, and he feels like he throws that 94-mile-per-hour fastball, Kinsler can simply inside out that pitch a little easier than taking the 94-mile-per-hour fastball that's outside and hitting the ball that direction. It's harder, even though the ball's outside. Minimum 95-mile-per-hour fastballs, it's harder to hit that ball that's outside away than it is the inside out one that way.
Makes sense. Another foul back out of play.
That's why he hasn't thrown Ian Kinsler inside.
Meanwhile, Collins, who took that foul ball off his hand, is now using a glove. Unfortunately, he's smiling and seems to be okay. Yeah, don't take one in the throat there, Tyler. That would not be good. 85 now for Bauer. Man, this is turning into a pretty good at bat here by Kinsler.
Gutsy at bat by Ian. One of the things that Lloyd McClendon talked about in spring training is he wanted his team to do a better job with 2 strikes. He doesn't necessarily want to see them visibly choke up or visibly spread out, but just make a conscious effort of staying in the strike zone when that opposing pitcher has 2 strikes on you. Make him throw the ball over the plate. Don't help him out.
Drill to right field, a base hit. Iglesias will stop at third, and Kinsler not only moves the runner up, but he picks up a knock to right.
That's why the Tigers absolutely love Ian Kinsler. Here's a guy that's a pull hitter. He's a dead pull hitter. Most of his hits this year have been to left field. But every single swing that Ian Kinsler took in this particular at bat against Bauer was one to tell us he was trying to hit the ball the opposite way, and eventually he's able to do it on the high fastball in the mid-90s. Look at him get on top of that baseball and hit it extremely hard the other direction. He didn't even stride there. So that was something visibly done by Kinsler with 2 strikes in the body.
It's the best at bat of the game in my estimation. And it sets the Tigers up really well here in the 5th. 2 on, nobody out. And now Bauer has to deal with the number 2 hitter, Castellanos.
Castellanos is outstanding and also hitting the ball the other way. This is a huge hole on the right side of the infield. Take one more look at the Kinsler swing here. I talked about doing something visibly with 2 strikes. Look at his front leg here. Kinsler usually strides. Very small stride there. Very seldom. Didn't pick it up very far. Good at bat by Kinsler.
.306 career with men in scoring position. Swing and a miss.
You know, one of the things that I remember about last year when we tried the dominance against the Tigers in this ballpark, the Tigers would lead in several games, but the Tribe would simply come back and take over the game. So it's imperative for Detroit here in game 1. When you get these kinds of opportunities to score runs, you can't squander those opportunities.
Well, the Tigers last year in this ballpark in the season series, they were a -20 in run differential. Just off the plate. And the count is 1-2. Ooh, there you go. They had been a +40 in the previous 3 seasons. So for whatever reason, it just didn't work last year against the Indians. Off the plate again. Good take there by Castellanos. 2-2.
Every single pitch of the 4 pitches that Bauer has thrown to Castellanos have been well off the plate, but the count is 2-2. Nick hit the ball extremely hard his last time up to left field. He's been doing that all season.
Castellanos has hit one to right and one to left. A chance here to extend the Tigers' 1-0 lead. Collins holding court down there. 2-2. Ball high. Now the count has gone full at 3-2.
That's a nice take right there. 5 pitches off the plate outside, and then he comes back with a fastball that looks awfully good upstairs that Castellanos is able to lay off of it. And Brad hasn't run a whole lot this year in this particular count, but why not start Kinsler? He's got good speed. He can steal the base. He doesn't start him either.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
And a wise decision not starting Ian Kinsler.
Big strikeout there for Bauer. However, he's got a lot of work to do yet. Bauer now with 6 strikeouts in this game. He's got Cabrera strolling in.
And Miguel's first time up today, he got a lot of fastballs from Trevor Bauer. And Miggy's second plate appearance, Bauer started him off with an off-speed pitch.
Brad was asked before the ballgame today if he plans on giving Cabrera a day off anytime soon, and he said he does. And he gave Kinsler a day off the other day, but he said Miggy will not get a day off in this series. It's just way too important.
And he probably might get a day when they go down to Tampa because of the artificial surface.
Yeah, he was talking about that, whether or not the turf would be bad on his back. Did he go? Did not. Brad said the bad back for Cabrera cropped up in the WBC when they played in that turf in Mexico City.
Right.
That's when it started bothering him. So Tampa might be the spot where he gets a day off.
Of course, Tigers have a built-in day off on Monday when they get to Tampa. Actually, they will get to Tampa on Sunday evening with a day off on Monday. That's a pretty nice place to have a day off. Nice hotel.
Oh, absolutely.
Chill by the pool.
Great pool there.
Relax a little bit.
The 1-1. Fly ball right field. Ball hit pretty well. This ball's going to carry, and it is gone. It's out of here. A home run for Miguel Cabrera.
Second consecutive game that Miguel Cabrera has played long ball the opposite way. This one 3-run variety.
Number 2 on the season for Cabrera. 4-0 Tigers.
He got himself a fastball from Bauer on the outside part of the plate. That classic inside-out swing with his legs underneath him. Miggy got enough carry on that baseball to hit it over the right field wall. Actually, it was an 87-mile-per-hour slider. And he knew it was gone as soon as he hit it. Pretty much the same exact location as yesterday's home run, with that ball yesterday being a fastball.
Homer number 2. And the Tigers have extended the lead to 4-0.
I've been picking them pretty good the last couple of days, partner. I think that's 8 points so far that from Miguel Cabrera today that he's given Mr. Rod Allen and our pick to stick.
Did you have the number 1 pick today?
I sure did.
Okay. Well,
I picked him for all 3 days, though.
Why don't you just pick him for the rest of the year then? Changing the rules on it. Well, you're going to jump in the standings now.
I'm closing in on
the reporters.
On them reporters.
Yeah. Leaving me in the dust.
And had they given me Romine a couple of days ago and I tried to change my pick in the 23rd hour.
You got to stop begging for that.
I'd be on top.
Nick Goody warming up in the bullpen. 100 pitches now for Bauer. Tigers lead 4-0. Come on, V-Mark, give me some points here.
Oh, now you're begging.
Yeah, I'm not too proud. Victor is 0 for 2. Pop up in a ground out. After the Castellanos strikeout rather, it was Cabrera who answered. That ball is drifting into center field to the right of Jackson, who runs it down. And Villar 0 for 3. Well, the Tigers host the Mariners for a 3-game series, April 25th through the 27th. Save on great seats with the weekday value pack at 4 tickets, hot dogs, chips, and drinks for just $16 per person. Visit tigers.com/value or call 866-66-TIGER. And we have Justin Upton. Single strikeout for Justin. Big swing there, 0-1. One and one on Upton. So we're seeing signs now that the middle of the Tigers lineup is starting to heat up a little bit. The Cabrera home run. Upton homered yesterday, singled and scored today. Bauer now with the 1-1. Nubbed in front of the plate, and it's going to be Perez to make the call and the play. Inning over. Tigers get 3 big ones though. Miguel Cabrera game face on. Boom! A 3-run shot to right field. Tigers baseball tonight presented by Bell Tire. The opposite field, 3-run shot, and the Tigers have extended their lead. Now it's 4-0 over Cleveland in game 1 in this series, and it'll be Perez, Jackson, Santana facing Daniel Norris. And Rod, Daniel pretty good tonight.
You know, I really like the fact that he's thrown some off-speed pitches and some fastball counts. Avila has led him beautifully, and we've always known that Daniel has a tremendous amount of talent.
Well, he's got Perez now. He got him to hit a ball that was actually hit hard right back at Norris. He deflected it to the second baseman. Fortunately, Daniel got the glove up and was able to keep the thing from hitting him in the head. There's a pitch up high, 1 ball and no strikes on Roberto Perez, who is now 0 for his last 8. Norris gave up a single and a walk in the 4th inning, but got the ground ball from Almonte. Here's the 1-0. Bouncing ball back up the middle. Kinsler. And Almonte is out of there, 1 out. That'll bring up Austin Jackson. Double did not score in the 3rd. In fact, that was the first hit that the Indians had as Norris retired the first 8 consecutive batters in this game. Norris, you might recall, was absolutely cruising during spring training this year. Had made 4 or 5 really good starts, and then on the 27th against Atlanta, he was tagged for 9 runs in 3 innings and complained of a bit of a dead arm, but rebounded nicely for his next start. And you take away that 1 start, and he had a spectacular spring.
I think that's typical for most guys during the course of spring training, because spring training is so long, and it was even longer this year with the World Baseball Classic. And you'll have several starting pitchers that start to feel good, and their arm gets a little tired before the season starts.
There's the 1-1. 2-1 now on Jackson.
Yeah, but I think once the season starts and guys are able to start playing underneath the lights, and guys get in front of some big crowds and the bright candles, the nice lights, all that dead arm stuff goes away.
Jackson cuts and misses.
Take a look at the Norris delivery. He said everything is predicated on the front part of his body. And he wants to make sure that that front hip, that front shoulder, everything is lined up, which allows him to get to a nice balanced position to get that arm up to throw that changeup, the breaking ball, or the fastball.
Back up the middle, Kinsler on the backhand. 2 gone.
It's a nice play there by Kinsler. You know, there's some plays in the infield where the infielders clearly can get in front of the baseball if they chose to do so. But it's such an easier play for Ian Kinsler to simply time this perfectly, go over and backhand it, plant the right foot, and then throw. He could get in front of it if he wanted to, but that's such an easier play right there.
That'll bring up Santana, batting in the leadoff slot for the Indians. Carlos 0 for 1 with a walk. Whistled foul, back out of play. Norris last year broke camp on the disabled list. You might recall that he had several issues last year, including a back strain and oblique strain in July. So it was kind of a year where Daniel wasn't healthy, and he was starting to get a little bit frustrated. Toward the end of the year, he just kept telling himself, what do I need to do to stay healthy? And boy, in September he put it together, and he's gone off to a nice start this year. You can't do anything without health. The 0-1 missing low.
Yeah, he's a workaholic. I mean, here's a guy that works extremely hard. All the Tigers pitchers work hard, but you can look at Daniel's body and tell that he spends a lot of time working in the weight room and doing other things to make sure that he stays in the best physical condition that he can.
We were joking a little bit last year. The Tigers actually, I think, wanted him to put on a little bit of weight toward the end of last season. He said, well, what do you want me to do? Just sit around and eat cheeseburgers all day?
Yeah, fatten up a little bit.
It's just my body type. 6'2", 195 out of Johnson City, Tennessee.
He looks like he could be on the May issue of GQ magazine.
Easily.
To be honest with you.
With the van? With Shaggy?
Yeah, Shaggy. Whatever it takes. Shaggy made it down here safely.
I saw your tweet today.
I-75 was closed, so it was a little hectic, you know what I mean?
Ah, good play by Iggy, but he threw it away. Iglesias went deep to the hole to get that ball, but his throw bounced, and that'll allow Santana to take second.
Very seldom will you see Jose Iglesias make an error with his throwing arm. I mean, obviously he has outstanding range, and he's able to get to this ball, but for whatever reason he bounces it over to Miguel Cabrera, and Miguel can help him out. Iglesias always, and it probably took a little bit too much time here because he had plenty of time.
E6. That'll keep the inning going now for Lindor. He has flied to center field twice in this game, once deep and the last time not so much. Batting .306. Third straight inning now. The Indians have had a chance to score some runs. And Lindor looks at a strike. fact, Lindor was up there back in the third with runners at the corners, 2 outs and flied out.
Outstanding pitch that he was able to get Lindor on. He threw him a changeup, and Lindor was fooled and out in front.
Lindor trying to extend his 7-game hitting streak. I don't believe he went. He did not, says first base umpire Chris Guccione.
Lindor's Twitter handle is Lindor12BC.
Okay.
The BC stands for be consistent. That's what his father always preached to him as a kid. Whatever you do, whether it be school, whether it be sports, anything and everything that you do, just be consistent. And that's turned out to be his Twitter handle.
Personally, I would go with Lindorable.
He could be all of that. And talk about consistent. Whoa, look at his numbers in his career against left-handers and right-handers. He's going to win an MVP before it's all said and done. He's got that kind of talent.
Yeah, I'm with you on that because he can do it on both sides of the ball. There you go.
There's that BC. Stands for be consistent.
He was given his platinum glove before the ball game today. Awarded that. Here's the 2-1. 3 balls, 1 strike on Lindor.
And there's rumors going around that the Indians have offered, or they would like to offer Lindor a lengthy contract. And it's going to be around $100 billion, but he has yet to sign that contract, or they haven't talked about it much, but it's no doubt they want to keep Lindor in their uniform for his career.
Put that piece of paper in front of me and I'm signing.
Oh boy, where do you sign? And there's the gold glove and the platinum glove that he received before the game today.
The platinum glove goes to the best defender among all the gold glove winners. Rizzo of the Cubs won it in the National League. Lindor, flashing that smile, won it in the American League.
Rizzo is that good a defender at first base to win a platinum glove?
Apparently.
With that Baez kid at second base.
Yeah, he's pretty good too.
Oh my goodness.
And he walked it, ball 4, so a 2-out threat now for the Indians. Brandon Guyer, the number 3 hitter, will step in. Brad's starting to pace a little bit as he checks out the scorecard. And right now Norris had 84 pitches. He threw a total of 97 in his first start against Boston. Guyer a strikeout and a ground out. Gene Lamont gets on the telephone alerting the Tiger bullpen. Boy, you're absolutely right, man. You can see why Guyer gets hit so much.
Yeah, he dives in on everything.
Here's Wilson starting to heat up. He nearly stepped into that last pitch.
You almost don't want to pitch him inside for that very reason.
I mean, he would love to reach right down with Encarnacion waiting on deck.
Everyday Alex heating up in Tiger bullpen.
Popped him up. Left side of the infield. Should get him out of the inning. Castellanos to retire the side. No runs, a walk and error. 2 men left. Sports Detroit is brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm, official legal services sponsor of Fox Sports Detroit. Bell Tire, for tires and auto service, everybody needs a Bell Tire guy. And by Chevrolet, the most awarded car company 3 years in a row. Back here in Cleveland, game one in this early season matchup between two teams battling for the Central Division crown this year. You would expect that to be the case. And a lot of Tigers fans making the trip from the Motor City.
And Tigers fans always represent very well down here in Cleveland.
Trevor Bauer goes back to the hill as we go to the 6th inning. Tigers on top 4-0. Miggy is homered in this game.
He's already over 100. He's at 106 pitches now.
Yeah, kind of surprised he's still out there, but they had to use Michael Martinez in the 9th inning of their ball game last night. Their bullpen was heavily used. Tomlin lasted, I think, 47 pitches or so last night.
He has not pitched well for them lately after pitching very well for them at the beginning of last season.
Collins, Avila, and Jones here in the Tigers 6th. Here's the 0-2. On a line to right field. It's going to get down. Base hit. Collins, the leadoff single.
Bad 0-2 pitch. Collins will take it though.
You might recall game 3 of the ALCS last year against the Toronto Blue Jays, and Bauer had a little trouble with the drone that he was messing with, and it burned his finger, and they had to take him out of the game. He tried to go, but he just couldn't finish it.
That was ugly.
It started while he was working on it, and it cut his finger. It didn't burn it, but cut his finger. They tried to use all kind of the modern medical stuff to try and get him to go through the game, but it didn't work.
That's why they mess with them drones.
It's one of the many reasons why you don't mess with him. Avila, the batter. Strikeout walk for Avila.
And meanwhile, Alex has done a marvelous job behind the plate, leading Daniel Norris.
Two balls and no strikes. They are playing Avila to pull, so anything hit to the right side is going to be kind of a challenge to turn a double play. Instead, driven in the air to left field. That ball is hit well. That ball is up there, and that ball is going to go. It's out of here. A home run for Avila.
Did he hit that ball that far against the traffic the opposite way?
Almost halfway up the bleachers in left, and the Tigers have hit 2 long homers tonight.
Alex hit that ball to left field like a left-handed power hitter. A right-handed power hitter, excuse me.
He crushed it. And that's going to put an end to Bauer's night. He allows 2 homers tonight. He will depart the scene. It's a wall-side windows pitching change, and we'll be back. 2-0 lead as Alex Avila goes deep, and I mean deep the other way.
He drove this ball the opposite way like a right-handed power hitter. It's a 93-mile-per-hour tailing fastball. And the one thing that Bauer had done in all 3 of the plate appearances today for Alex is he threw him away. And Alex simply looked out there for a pitch and caught it and hit it 414 feet from home plate.
Well, Brad knew what he was doing by catching Avila in this game, because Avila was hitting .375 against Bauer, and that's his 2nd home run career against Bauer. And to the bullpen now, Nick Goody has come up from Columbus.
And he's only pitched in 4 1/3 innings so far this year. Opponents hitting just 133 against Goody.
And Jacoby Jones will be the first man that he faces. There's a ball high, 1 ball, no strikes.
And Trevor Bauer just cannot figure out the Tigers. His career earned run average against Tigers bats are about 6. So he's right where he usually is. 6 earned runs in every outing against Detroit for the most part.
One ball, 1 strike on Jones. Single strikeout for Jacoby.
And one of the things that we talked about at the beginning of the show today, which would be important for the Tigers to win this series here in Cleveland, you have to keep the back end of their bullpen in that bullpen. That would be Shaw, and that would be Allen, Cody Allen, and that would be Andrew Miller. And right now it looks like they're going to keep him out there for the night.
Well, it's certainly one of the strengths of their team. There's Andrew Miller on the left, and he certainly has become quite a weapon for the Indians.
Indians had to give up some really good players to the New York Yankees to get Andrew Miller, but it was worth it for them.
Pulled foul. Still hard to believe at one point last year the Yankees had the 3 guys they had at the back end of their pen: Miller, Betances, Chapman. 2nd in the American League last year, 3.41 ERA for that bullpen. Only the Orioles were just a touch better than the Indians.
They've got some power arms out there.
Here's the 1-2. Got him, strike 3.
And front door breaking ball from Goody to Jones.
Well, you want to bring your little Tiger close to the game? Well, now you can with the membership to the Tigers Kids Club. Each Kids Club member receives a jersey, lunch cooler, baseball cap, school supplies, and a lanyard, passport, and so much more. For additional information or to order, visit tigers.com/Kids Club.
Now that sounds like a real cool club to be a part of.
Pretty good pitch there on the inside part of the plate. There's a strike call. Will you remember of any kids clubs growing up? I'm trying to remember. I don't think I was.
No, just boys club.
Yeah.
I mean, I went to the boys club a lot. Wasn't a Boy Scout or any of that kind of stuff. Were you a Boy Scout?
No. Nope. Here's the 0-1 to Iglesias.
Goody, pretty good fastball. He's gone anywhere from 90 to 94 with his heater. You saw that really good breaking ball that he was able to punch out Jacoby Jones on.
Goody was originally part of the Yankees system, was a 6th round pick of the Yanks. In fact, they drafted him a couple of times out of high school and then college. That'll sail outside. 1-2.
He kind of throws across his body. He stands on the first base side of the rubber, but he kind of throws across his body and steps and then tries to get the ball to the outside corner against the right-handed batters. All pitchers try to create some type of deception.
1-2. That'll bounce in. Iglesias a single, a double, an RBI, a run scored. He's starting to pick it up a little bit now. Had a 3-hit game yesterday. What's Miggy got going on down there?
Well, he's been mad all day. You know they got the commercials when you eat a Snicker, you get a smile on your face. You know what I mean? You know them commercials, right? You see them, man, right? He's been mad all day.
He was ugly mad the first inning.
Yeah, so he eat that Snicker, and he'll be all right. We'll take a shot at him a little bit later. He'll be smiling.
Pop to the second baseman, and Ramirez makes the play. 2 gone.
He's already starting to smile. He's getting happy. Maybe he was hungry.
Oh, those are great commercials, man.
I told you we get a smile out of him. Boy, boy, boy.
Oh, man. Here's Kinsler now with 2 outs. You ought to telestrate that. And Kinsler looks at a strike. Ian had a huge at bat his last time up, singling to right field. Setting up the Cabrera 3-run homer. Here's the 0-1.
Breaking ball there thrown by Goody. Good arm speed. That is the key to having a good off-speed pitch. You have to sell it, and like it's a fastball to the hitter.
Here's the 0-2. Looked like he held up. He did.
Kinsler, his last time up, had a great at-bat. With Iglesias on second base, nobody out. Got himself a base hit the other way, which set the tone for Miguel Cabrera to hit that 3-run homer.
Then Alex followed with a 2-run shot here in the 6th.
Both of the Tigers' home runs today have gone the opposite way. Opposite field homers.
Little chopper back up the middle. Ramirez running scoop. And Kinsler is out to retire the side. Not before. Alex Avila hits one a long way to left field. Halfway up the bleachers. Knocking power out of the game. Well, here it is, 6-0 in favor of the Tigers. A 2-run shot by Avila the other way. It's extended the lead, and now it's Encarnacion lead it off here in the 6th.
And the Royals fans are happy. They have a lead today over the Los Angeles Angels. That the Kansas City Royals team has gotten off to a really slow start, and offensively, a lot of their guys are struggling right now.
Here's the 0-1.
That's one thing about baseball. You can't win the pennant in April, but you can sure lose one by having a real poor April. You really can. Put yourself behind the 8 ball.
Royals came in at 3-6. Now Norris with the 1-1. Encarnacion is single and a ground out. He's followed by Ramirez and Yandy Diaz here in the home part of the 6th inning.
And you might be able to classify this outing tonight by Daniel Norris as being effectively wild as well. And Daniel has thrown 90 pitches. He's thrown 45 balls and he's thrown 45 strikes.
I didn't think it was 45-45.
45-45. Has not given up a run. He's only given up 2 hits, which kind of gives you an idea of just how good his stuff is.
3-2.
And every time the Indians hitters have gotten themselves in a real good fastball count where they think they can do some damage, Avila's called for a changeup or a breaking pitch.
Everything up and away to Encarnacion for the most part, and that one up and in for ball 4. Leadoff man on here in the 6th. Gino was on the phone a little bit earlier. He's on the phone again here.
Yeah, they'd love to get 6 out of Daniel here this evening. The start of a long road trip, especially playing in this particular ballpark. This is a hostile environment. It has been that way for the Tigers at least last year.
Wasn't it Jim Leland that said that 6th inning could be the most critical inning in trying to bridge to the back end of your pen?
It's the most difficult for a manager to decide exactly who you want to pull out of your bullpen, because you have your late inning guys and you like to use your 7th, your 8th, and your 9th inning guys the way you've always used them.
Nice running play by Jacoby Jones.
That ball took off on Jones. We've talked about Ramirez, their second baseman, who can really hit. Had a great year last year, but you watch the athleticism of Jones in the outfield. He's a real good defender out there. He gets fooled on this ball momentarily. He comes in a step or two because he wasn't sure what was going to happen. And then he immediately had to get back and reach up with that tall body and that long arms and make a nice play.
That'll bring up Yandy Diaz. Diaz with a big swing and a miss, 0-1.
And Daniel's still throwing 94, 95 miles an hour.
Did you know last year, Rob, the Tigers did not lead the Indians in any game in the season series until game 9 of the season series?
Ooh.
They did not have a lead over the Tribe for the first 8+ games.
Wow. The Tribe just simply dominated the Tigers last year, every phase of the game. Outpitched them, outplayed them, out-hustled them, out-coached them, you named it. Out-broadcasted us.
No. No, we won that battle. Handily, I might add. Here's the stretch. And the 0-1 is high and away. 1 ball and 1 strike on the right-handed batting Diaz.
Lopsided numbers here. 4-14 against the Tribe. Those numbers aren't pretty at all. But look what the Tigers did against the rest of Major League Baseball. 82-61.
Well, the Indians didn't play well against Chicago, and a lot of the Tribe folks before the game were saying that, well, the Tigers are in town, so they're going to up their game tonight. And you had to believe the Tigers, well, thinking about last year, were certainly going to up their game.
Well, Brad, he hoped his team would come to play the Indians this year with the chip on their shoulder, the way that they got beat on last year by the Tribe, and knowing you've got to play better within your division if you want to play in October. The Tigers missed the postseason last year.
Swing and a miss. So Norris with another strikeout. Down goes Diaz.
And fastball upstairs. Most of his fastballs today to the right-handed batters have been up in a way, and Diaz couldn't catch up to that mid-90s heater.
4 strikeouts for Norris. Here is Abraham Almonte. Daniel now at 97. We mentioned that he threw 97 pitches in his first start. Here's his strike call.
A 4 o'clock game tomorrow, right?
4 p.m. correct, sir.
3 o'clock Tigers live.
Be ready to roll tomorrow. And then at 1 o'clock on Sunday, although they do say there is some weather in the area on Sunday of the rainy variety.
We don't need the rain on Easter Sunday.
You can't come to Cleveland without rain delay or some sort of rain. Hopefully it'll stay away. Swing and a miss. Well, we talked about it. Here's the upcoming matchup presented by Wallside Windows. What do we have?
Kluber's gotten off to a slow start this year, but down the stretch last year, he and Justin Verlander were 2 of the best right-handed pitchers in all of baseball. Both guys finished in the top 5 in the Cy Young voting.
Here's the 0-2.
Wasn't it here in Cleveland last year where Justin Verlander had a very poor start, and then after that start he vowed from this day forward he was going to be much better? Wasn't that here in Cleveland?
Well, I think his last 2 were outstanding against the Indians. So that may not have been here. We'd have to check that. But he did get on a roll.
He had 1 bad start. Then he said that, you know what, I'm going to be better from here on out. And it was right around Mother's Day, because that's when Justin started wearing his pants up a little higher.
Right.
And he's kept his pants up high the remainder of the year. And he's had his pants up high again. He's pitching as well as he did last year.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Nice job today. And by Daniel Norris.
5 strikeouts. We go to the 7th. 6-0 is our score as we go to the top of the 7th, and we remind you to see the Tigers play the White Sox Friday, April 28th at 7:10 p.m. and support Thaw, the Heat and Warmth Fund. Purchase this special package. You'll receive a ticket for the game plus a knit Tigers Thaw cap. For tickets, visit tigers.com/thaw. Plenty to cheer about tonight for Tigers fans here. Tigers have hit a couple of home runs. Nick Castellanos will get things started here in the 7th. Castellanos, Cabrera, and Martinez.
And Castellanos has struck out tonight in line to left and line to right. He's 0 for 3 in the contest.
Goody is still out there. Came on to get the 3 outs in the 6th. Tigers knocked Bauer out of the game in the 6th inning, and they put up a total of 8 hits on the board tonight. Meanwhile, only 2 hits given up by Daniel Norris. Didn't go. Chris Guccione says he held up. One ball, 1 strike. Nick pounds it foul back out of play. 1-2. We're talking about the fashion statement that Verlander made by changing his pants. How about Cabrera? He's done the same tonight. He used to have him high up until the game tonight, and all of a sudden, well, superstition.
Yeah.
It's worked.
3-run homer, base on balls today for the Tiger slugger. He notoriously kills Cleveland pitching anyway, though.
Swing and a miss. Castellanos retired, 1 out here in the 7th.
And Miguel Cabrera in his last at bat, the 5th inning, with runners on 1st and 3rd, got a breaking ball off the outside corner, simply went with it and hit it into the 1st row against Trevor Bauer for his 2nd big fly of the season. He also homered yesterday at Comerica Park. 75% of the contact made so far this year for Miguel Cabrera has been the opposite way. He's always been a guy that loves to drive the ball the opposite way, but the number's way up this year.
High pop up, shallow left center field. Lindor going back, and now he's called off, and it's dropped. Jackson called him off right at the end and then didn't make the catch.
Yeah, they're going to have to give that error to somebody. I don't know if it'll be Jackson. I don't know if it'll be Lindor.
Well, it looked like Lindor peeled off, and I'm assuming Jackson called him off.
Well, he must have called him off if he did get out of the way, and then all of a sudden Austin Jackson didn't have his glove turned the right way, and he wasn't able to make the play. You can see Jackson calling it, not only calling it once, but he called it multiple times. That error probably will go to the center field.
No, listen to this. It's a single. I'm not kidding.
They're going to change that. I'm not even going to write it down. You better write yours in pencil, too.
It's in pencil. There's no way that's a single. Well, Mickey will take it. You'll take it because that's another point for you.
Oh, I forgot about that. Let me write that down.
Yeah, write it down.
Let me write that
in pen.
Let me write that down.
Here's Victor Martinez. Wow. Victor is 0 for 3. Fly out, ground out, pop up.
I mean, is that a situation where they just don't want to give an error to Lindor or what?
I don't know. There's a ground ball to short. Fielded by the 3rd baseman, and they're going to turn the 2, a double play to end the inning. Coming up, the Consumers Energy 7th inning stretch.
partner, but I believe this is the coming out party this season for the youngster Daniel Norris, and he took some strides in that direction today. He threw 78% fastballs, most of those 94, 95, but it was the off-speed stuff that I was encouraged by, the off-speed slider, the changeup, and he was throwing them in fastball counts and only gave up a couple of hits here today against a pretty good Cleveland Indians team.
And whenever he was in trouble, he was able to pitch out of it, no problem. And we've got ourselves a wall-side windows pitching change. Alex Wilson comes on.
Yeah, 5th game this year for Alex Wilson. He's pitched 4 innings. As a matter of fact, just a couple of days ago at Comerica Park, he got his first save of the year when Francisco Rodriguez was unavailable that afternoon. Get this, the Indians last year won more games against left-handed pitching than any team in the major leagues. They were 33-22 last year against left-handers. No one won more, but Daniel Norris able to handcuff him today.
Yeah, not tonight. Well, here is Perez to get it started now against Wilson. Tiger bullpen will be charged with getting the final 9 outs of this game. Perez has put the ball on the ground twice. He is 0 for 2. Strike called on Perez. Perez now batting .091 on the season. That'll miss low and away. 1 ball, 1 strike.
You know, we haven't brought this up yet. We really haven't talked about it. We sit to look at Otero in their bullpen, but we thought yesterday with the 5 walks by Jordan Zimmerman had something to do with the weather. That's exactly what he said after the game.
Really?
Got to give him the benefit of the doubt. He said it was the coldest he ever pitched in. He said after the 3rd inning, he said he couldn't feel his fingers out there and went on to walk 5 in the game. And he doesn't walk anybody, really.
Kind of hard to pitch without your fingers, huh?
I mean, maybe that explains why Phil Hughes kept throwing those new changeups yesterday, because he threw a lot of those yesterday, probably because he couldn't necessarily feel the baseball.
2-1 the count on Perez as we get things started here in the bottom of the 7th. 6-0 Tigers. A pair of homers, Cabrera and Avila. Right past the pitcher Wilson. Great play by Iglesias.
Stop it, Iggy. Stop it, Iggy. The ball slowed down by Wilson, and really the only play that Iglesias has is the barehanded. But look how low he has the hand to the ground. That will be Iglesias making his play, and he simply grabs it. And I've never seen a shortstop flip the ball underneath with the kind of accuracy that Iglesias has.
Strong arm.
Very accurate throwing arm.
Quick hands, too. Here's Jackson. Wilson delivers a strike, 0-1 on Jackson. Double and a ground out. Wilson a career high 62 appearances last year. 73 innings pitched out of the Tigers' pen. Swing and a miss.
Even though he's been with the club the last couple of years, this was his first opening day roster.
Right. And he enjoyed it too in Chicago this year, being able to break camp with a team.
The atmosphere at Comerica Park on that Friday when Fulmer towed the rubber was incredible. It was 45,000 people. It was a wonderful day. It was a party downtown, and it was Friday.
Yeah, the stars aligned, didn't they?
Folks sure did need it to be Saturday the next day after that game. It's like that every year, though. It's an event.
Over the years now, we've had a chance to go to a lot of different stadiums on opening day, and I know we say this a lot, and we're kind of partial to the hometown, but man, opening day in Detroit is just kind of unparalleled.
There's nothing like it, man. We opened up in New York one year, and I thought it was going to be, special. It was going to be, wasn't all that.
Just all right.
It wasn't all that.
The 1-2. 2-2 on Jackson. Well, they've got a pretty good crowd here tonight for the start of this series. The Tigers coming in here for 3. And the Indians coming off a World Series appearance, but their team has not played well coming out of the gates this year.
Well, they got that bullseye on their back.
They do.
And there's a lot of experts in the country that picked this team to get back to the World Series again. So they're playing probably with a little pressure right now. What you got on Daniel Norris's line tonight?
Well, some really good numbers in that he did not give up a run in 6 innings and struck out 4. He did pitch around 4 walks.
It wasn't a perfect outing for Daniel Norris, but it was a good enough outing to have a real nice taste in your mouth when you go back in that clubhouse. He liked to work on those walks. He liked to throw, be more efficient with the strike throwing. There's always room for improvement in one area or another.
And that is now 21 consecutive starts, 3 earned runs or less.
No one else has that many, do they?
Well, he was tied with Verlander, right?
Right. Well, he'll be tied with Verlander until tomorrow.
Oh, no yawning at the ballpark. Now the 2-2 low, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Santana waiting on deck. Waiting on Jackson's new beard. He never had the beard when he played in Detroit.
No, he's grown up. It's hard to believe he's played with 5 different teams already.
Yeah.
Cubs, White Sox, Mariners, Tribe, and of course the Tigers. I'll never forget that day they pulled him off the field when they made that trade to Seattle.
He walked in, ball 4. 1 on, 1 out. Time now for the unlimited baseball break, brought to you by T-Mobile. Some happenings around Major League Baseball. The Blue Jays are 1-8, and now Josh Donaldson's on the DL.
And Marcell Ozuna is off to another great start. He had a great year last year, but he's off to an even better start this season.
What the Reds, man, they're 7-3 with a run differential of +21.
Start printing the playoff tickets.
And no, not so fast.
No.
They've got a team called the Cubs in that division.
Okay. Forgot about the team.
They're kind of good. There's Santana.
And Santana's first at bat tonight, left-handed. He's got power from both sides. Off to a slow start. 195 with 1 homer, 6 ribbies. He had a good year last year too, did Santana. Quietly, really good year.
Santana played for the Dominican team in the World Baseball Classic, hit .308. I don't know if Wilson's having trouble seeing the signs. There's the ball outside. I used to love watching Troy Percival pitch because he would squint every time he looked in for the signs. And as a hitter, you're probably thinking he doesn't know what to throw. He can't see, and I got to stand up there against him.
And he was throwing 98 miles an hour too.
1 ball, 1 strike. One and 2 now on Santana. Lindor will be next.
And Tigers making the shift now in the infield with Castellanos with 2 strikes on Santana.
You know, I see teams do this where they try and take away the possible bunt with less than 2 strikes, but really the third baseman is playing so deep anyway that he probably couldn't throw him out on a bunt.
That's right. It's a great point.
The 1-2. Bouncing ball right side. Miggy sprawling play. Fires to second. Iggy tries to reach back for the tag, and he's safe.
Yeah, Miggy had more time. And really, in this particular situation, if you're Miguel Cabrera, instead of trying to be too quick to get the 2 outs, all you really need to do is get 1 out. I mean, they have 1 out. If he gets up and he makes a better throw to Iglesias, Iglesias came off the bag, then tried to get back, but not before Jackson was able to slide in safe. But if Miggy could do it all over again, he would simply get up and then give Iglesias 1 good throw to get 1 out there. And if you're Wilson, all you have to do is throw another ground ball here.
Rich Doobie comes trotting up with some instructions for Wilson. You got Lindor coming up. Well, Tigers fans, if you can't catch the games on TV, you can stream them live on your mobile device with Fox Sports Go. Download the app and take Fox Sports Detroit and Tigers baseball with you wherever you go. They've given Cabrera an error on that play. Kyle Ryan starting to warm up. A little bit of life now for the Indians here in the 7th. They have 2 on and 1 out. Fly ball in the air to center field. Jones going to get a beat on this one as well. Lindor has hit everything to center tonight. 2 outs. We'll bring up Brandon Guyer. For 3 for Guyer. And Norris did walk 4 batters in this game, but he gave up just 2 hits. So the Indians have had only 2 men reach base via a hit. That has been it. Soft line drive right to the second baseman Kinsler, and that'll retire the side. Indians lead 2, and you're watching Tigers baseball presented by Bell Tire.
Second inning, Iglesias with an infield single with a runner on third base, 2 outs. Tigers were not done there. Miguel Cabrera's done major damage in his career against tri-pitching. Well, he does it again. 3-run home run the opposite way. Alex Avila hasn't gotten many starts this year, but boy, he put his big boy britches on late in the game against Bauer. He went the opposite way, 414 feet from home plate for a 2-run shot, and that was the final pitch that Bauer threw on the night.
Well, we've got a new right-hander coming on for the Indians in a wall-side windows pitching change. It'll be Dan Otero.
Otero's a good pitcher. He's off to a slow start this year, but this guy's got some really good stuff. We first saw him in Oakland when he's pitching out of their bullpen. Fastball gets up to 90. He's got a nice little slider, throws that 12% of the time. and a changeup.
Otero last year in 62 appearances out of the bullpen, a 1.53 ERA.
I told you he was good.
I believed you. Here's Justin Upton. He'll get it started now in the 8th. 6-0 in favor of the Tigers. Jay up, then Collins, and then Avila. Otero has been with San Francisco, Oakland, and Cleveland. Upton got it started back in the 2nd with a single, eventually scored a run. Bauer started, gave way to Goody in the 6th, and now Otero in the 8th. What's going on with Slider? Looks kind of bummed. That's down the right field line, slicing, and that one will get back out of play. Tigers tonight have out-hit the Indians 9-2 when they lead 6-0. Win here for the Tigers, and they start the season 7-3. Pull on the ground to 3rd, gobbled up there by Diaz. Good job tonight by Norris, watching hopefully his bullpen put the finishing touches on this.
He went out, changed his shirt, went in and got dry. Bull Durham, one of the new additions to the Tigers coaching staff this year, works with Lloyd McClendon and the hitters, and he has spent a long time down in Toledo as their hitting coach. I mean, over a decade he was down in Toledo.
Good to see Bull on a major league staff.
Bull's a good player too, man. Bull can hit.
Fly ball left field off the bat of Tyler Collins. 2 up, 2 down.
Here's a 1-800-CALL-SAM call of the game. We talked about Avila at the top of our show, and he had real good numbers against Bauer. Well, those numbers have been updated. He is now 389, 7 for 18 with 2 homers in his career against Trevor Bauer.
And he will bat here with 2 outs, nobody on. Strike 1 on Avila. Alex now has hit safely in all 4 that he has played in. Four for 7 to start the year for the Tigers catcher. They're shifting on him defensively, but the ball he hit his last time up was way back into the seats the opposite way.
And one of the furthest balls I've seen Avila hit to left field. That ball was 414 feet from home plate. Nearly a third of the way up those left field stands.
One and 2.
Miguel was not in a great mood before the game started today. Well, actually, he was in a decent mood before the game started, but after that first pitch in his first at bat, he got dusted by Trevor Bauer, and he didn't like it.
Warnings were issued on both sides. That was way back in his first at bat in the first inning, and then he got his revenge with a home run in the 5th.
Yeah, he walked, bloop single, homer.
Off the plate outside.
She says she's getting married in August, but she will always love Miguel.
Three and two. Pulled right into that shift and right through it.
Good at bats today for Avila.
Alex has come out this year swinging the bat well. That's another 2-hit game.
He kind of feels like he never really left. 1 year on the south side of Chicago.
And Alex was hurt much of the season last year as well, so he's back here in Detroit. And now Jacoby Jones, single and 3 at bats. Jones has fanned his last 2 times up. And Jacoby looks at a strike. We've only seen Jacoby obviously a little bit last year and a little bit this year, plus spring training. But as you kind of look into your crystal ball, Rod, what kind of a player can he be offensively, do you think?
The ceiling's very high for Jacoby Jones. He has the ability to be a home guy that can hit you 20 to 25 home runs and drive in 80, 90. Score you 85, 90 runs and steal some bases. He has that kind of skill set.
Montero handles him that time. Tigers get a 2-out hit, but strand a man. We go to the bottom of the 8th here in Cleveland. Don't forget MLB.com at bat is your #1 mobile app for live baseball. Stay connected with a fully customizable experiences. Get Tigers home screen icons, app features, as well as game day, live game video highlights, radio broadcast, statcast, and more. MLB.com at bat. Get it today. Mario and Rod back here in Cleveland. Well, good start to what we hope would be a good series here against the Tribe, because the Tigers did not play very well against Cleveland last year, Rod. But the good thing is the Tigers kind of making a bit of a mini statement here today.
Well, that's exactly what they needed to do, because the Tribe were not playing good baseball before the Tigers got here. And the last thing the Tigers wanted to do was let them get up off the turf and play a good series this weekend, especially after what they did to the Tigers last year. The Tigers know the division goes through the Cleveland Indians.
Yeah, and Daniel Norris was very good in this ball game tonight. As you mentioned, he had a few walks along the way, but still a pretty good outing.
Well, he can build on this outing. I mean, obviously he wants to throw more strikes than he did today, but you can just see the promise of the young man, the skill set that he has. He only gave up a couple of hits today. He did throw 100 pitches. A lot of those were balls, but most of those were strikes. But when he's on, he is going to be very, very difficult to hit. And I was very encouraged by the way he uses all speed stuff. He struggled with his command today with his fastball, not his breaking.
Kyle Ryan is the new Tigers pitcher. The lefty comes out of the bullpen.
Kyle Ryan, usually when he comes into the game, he throws a lot of ground balls, and with every outing that he goes out there, he continues to gain the respect of his manager. Brad not afraid to use Kyle Ryan.
Ryan is a wall side windows pitching change. 4 games this year. And trying to guard a 6-0 lead late in this one. Encarnacion Ramirez Diaz for Cleveland. Ryan darts one low, a fastball that missed 2-1 on Encarnacion. Single and a walk tonight as Brian Shaw begins to heat it up in the Cleveland pen.
He pitches in 70 games a year.
Hard hit ball to left, base hit. They had him played to pull, shifting to the left side of the infield. He found a hole. He's on base for the 3rd time tonight. And that'll bring up Jose Ramirez. Only the 3rd hit tonight for the Indians against the Tiger staff. Ramirez 0 for 3.
Here's where Kyle Ryan has been at his best the last couple of seasons in a Tigers uniform. When he needs a ground ball, he's usually able to throw that ground ball.
Had a good spring this year, an ERA of 2.84 out of the Tigers pen in 12 2/3 innings. Swing and a miss.
Good fastball at 90 miles an hour. Ryan also pitched very well down the stretch last year, and I think that's what allowed him to make the team. He did have a good spring, but I think last year Brad also factored in what he did down the stretch for his team.
I think all managers will tell you that September is much more meaningful, regardless of where your team is, than spring training is, because you're facing big league hitters. Of course, he'd rather have a good spring, but September means a lot as well, and a few of the Tigers pitch well down the stretch.
And especially when you add in the fact that the Tigers were in the playoff hunt. I mean, you had Fulmer, you had Boyd, you had Norris. They were part of the rotation in September, and the Tigers were fighting for their lives trying to get in the postseason. Those guys got valuable experience last year, and it's only going to help them. We've already seen it this year.
1-2 on Ramirez.
Ryan still looking for that ground ball. Ooh, where was that?
A touch inside.
He tried to pull it back a little bit.
Three-two. Tigers got 1 in the 2nd, 3 in the 5th, and 2 in the 6th. Couple of home runs tonight. Cabrera and Avila. Here's the 3-2. Fouled away. Game 2 of the series happening tomorrow night right here on Fox Sports Detroit. Tigers and the Indians. Coverage begins at 3 p.m. with Tigers Live.
It'll be a good one. And Corey Kluber will be going for the Cleveland Indians, and Justin Verlander will be going for the Tigers.
Another foul back out of play.
Since June of last year, Corey Kluber, when he takes the mound for the Tribe, they are 10-1 right here in this ballpark. Since June of last year, 10-1 in his starts.
Boyd and Carrasco in the finale on Sunday.
Boy, was Boyd good in his last outing.
Right back up the middle into center field. That's a base hit. Indians have the first 2 men on here in the 8th. Ramirez has his first hit of the night.
You want to do your best the remainder of this game not to allow the Indians to gain any type of momentum going into tomorrow. I mean, you want to shut them down right here. They haven't been performing well. They're already 0 for 5 today with runners in scoring position.
Well, here is another opportunity. It'll be Yandy Diaz as Justin Wilson starts to warm up. And Rich Doobie comes trotting out. Ryan replaced Alex Wilson, who threw a scoreless 7th despite walking a batter. Indians have had their chances tonight. They've had a lot of guys on base. They have left 9 men on base in this game. Diaz has fanned twice. He's also walked. Ball 1. And Avila down to block another one. Now the count goes 2-0, and the Tigers, last thing they want to do is start issuing free passes here.
And Brad knows how difficult it was to win in this ballpark last year. No lead was safe for the Tigers.
The 2-0. Driven to right field on a line and caught by Collins. Runners will retreat. 1 gone.
It was a loud out, but out nonetheless.
That'll bring up Almonte. Ryan working against the bottom of the lineup. Almonte, the number 7 hitter. He's 0 for 3. Ball 1. If the Tigers can hold on to this game tonight, they would go to 7-3. The Indians would drop to 4-6. I think you brought up a good point earlier, Rod, that sometimes when you have the bullseye on your back, that can create a little bit of a different atmosphere.
Uncharted waters for a lot of the guys. Yes, they played very well last year under Terry Francona. And he's battle tested. He's won World Series before with the Boston Red Sox.
Here's the 2-0. Check in now with Trevor Thompson.
Mario, before the game, I asked Terry Francona about the challenges of repeating and having the same type of season, not just against the Tigers, but overall, like they had last season. Said the key is you cannot look at it in the big picture. You've got to take it one game at a time. I know you've heard that before, but you strap it on, play tonight's game, do the best you can, show up tomorrow and do the same thing, and not look at the big picture and get overwhelmed. So that's what the Tribe will do, regardless of how they stumbled out of the block.
Boy, Terry has won the Manager of the Year for 2 seasons, won it in 2013 with the Indians, and of course last year, American League Manager of the Year.
He's very popular. He's one of the better managers in all of baseball.
Strike call, 2-2 now on El Monte. Leadoff singles by Encarnacion and Ramirez. Ryan about to throw his 20th pitch. Missed with it. 3-2.
Ryan has not had good command in this inning, but he's still one pitch, one ground ball away from getting out of this mess. He's thrown a total of 20. He has missed the strike zone with half of those. Do not see Ryan struggle with his command very often.
3-2. Outside, he walked him, and that's going to load the bases.
And Brad might have to consider going to get him.
Yep. He's made the call to the pen. Justin Wilson has been warming up. So Ryan will face a total of 4 batters. He will leave with the bases loaded, and we'll be back. And the community since 1849. Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Visit ChevyDetroit.com. See why Chevy drives the Motor City. And by Wallside Windows. We can do that. We are the factory. Back here in Cleveland, where the Indians have a bit of an uprising going on here. Bases loaded, 1 out. Tigers up 6-0 in this game. And Justin Wilson comes out of the bullpen for the Tigers.
And Brad did not think that he would be using Wilson tonight in a game where they're winning by 6 runs with the bases loaded. That's exactly what has happened. His setup man is now in the contest.
Wilson with good numbers out of the chute here for the Tigers. Also pitched well last April for Detroit.
The ball's been coming out of his hand very nicely so far this season. And fastballs anywhere from 95 to 96 for Wilson.
So here is Roberto Perez. Ground ball here would look nice. Ball one. 95 from Wilson. Only 4 hits tonight for the Indians. Perez was thrown out on a really good play by Iglesias in his last at bat. He's 0 for 3, all 3 at bats resulting in groundouts. Rolled foul. 1 ball and 1 strike. Encarnacion got it started with a single. Ramirez singled. And a walk to Almonte. Bases loaded with Indians. Wilson replacing Ryan, who replaced Alex Wilson. Daniel Norris 6 innings tonight, a scoreless baseball. Bouncing ball right side. Kinsler ranging left. He'll take the out there. A run will score. 6-1 ball game, but 2 gone. RBI for Perez. Two outs now for Jackson. Pretty good night for the former Tiger. Double, walk. And Jackson looks at a strike in the outside corner. Time called. Avila goes out to the mound. So now the Indians are 0 for 7 with runners in scoring position.
They struggled in that entire series against Chicago White Sox with the same numbers, didn't they?
They did. They were I think 2 for 28. So that's got to be a little bit frustrating after a while, especially for a team as talented offensively as the Indians are. Here's the 0-1. They have left 9 men on base tonight. Ball high, 2-1. Justin Wilson getting an opportunity to pitch the 8th inning. Tigers still trying to formulate how they're going to work their bullpen and find the roles aside from Francisco Rodriguez.
Yeah, really the only 2 roles that have been defined, it appears to me, is the 8th inning and the 9th inning. So it'd be nice for some other guys to step up and allow Brad to formulate some roles in the 6th and the 7th. It's good to see Wilson bounce back at the beginning of this month with a better out with the start of the year.
Well, he's gone to 3-1 now on Jackson. Top of the order, Santana lurking. Here's the 3-1. Swing and a miss by Jackson. 3-2.
Yeah, good fastball. 96 miles an hour right by Austin Jackson. And Austin Jackson probably going to get another fastball. It's going to be right around 96 as well. A little tardy on that heater.
Jackson, a non-roster invitee this spring, made the club after hitting .333 in spring camp for the Indians. And the 3-2. Rolled foul. Jackson last year missed the final 4 months of the season, a torn meniscus in his knee. He's a member of the White Sox. In fact, was their opening day center fielder last year.
And was playing well for the White Sox when they got off to that really good start.
Fouled away. Jackson had a nice career with the Tigers. Was acquired originally in that deal that sent Curtis Granderson away, and then Austin was traded away in the David Price deal a couple of years later, so he was involved in a couple of big deals. 3-2. And he walked in, ball 4.
Tigers pitchers had a very difficult time of throwing strikes yesterday. They walked quite a few. Minnesota Twins, and the last couple of innings they've been wild again. There's 4 base on balls in the last couple of innings by Tigers pitching.
7 total for the Tigers staff tonight. 7 walks. And they are keeping the door open for the Indians. Here is Santana. Santana on base 3 times without the benefit of a hit.
And he's got a dangerous bat. He can get 4 runs in a hurry for them.
Swing and a miss, 0-1. Six-1 Tigers. We're in the bottom of the 8th. They are loaded up with 2 outs.
He's fired up.
Let's go, Carlos. Here's the 0-1. Avila had to smother that one. 1 ball and 1 strike. Kyle Ryan started the inning, gave up 2 singles and a walk, departed. Wilson trying to close down this 8th. Fouled straight back. Bases loaded. 325 and a couple of grand slams career for Santana. And the 1-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out, and that will end the inning. So Wilson gets a big strikeout. They leave him loaded. We go to the 9th. 6-1. Wilson got that final out, and the Indians have stranded 12 in the ball game tonight. Tigers have sidestepped some trouble trying to win game 1 in this series, and we've got a new pitcher now for the Indians. That'll be Brian Shaw.
And Shaw pretty much a 2-pitch pitcher, cut fastball and a slider. He's a workhorse too. Terry Francona has leaned on him heavily the last couple of years to the tune of 70 appearances for the most part for Shaw a season.
Shaw did not have a good spring, an ERA of 17.61.
Yes, see, a guy like that could get away with that. You know what I mean? No problem. Right. No problem. He probably was working on something.
Well, he went 7 2/3, gave up 16 runs this spring, 6 walks.
You know, during the course of the postseason last year, it was Miller and Cody Allen that were getting all the headlines, and everybody was talking about how well they were doing out of that bullpen for Cleveland. But this guy right here, Shaw, he also got some big outs for them during the course of the postseason last year.
He is taking the ball quite a bit for the Indians. It'll be Iglesias, Kinsler, and Castellanos here in the 9th. Sprayed foul down the right field line. 1-2 on Iglesias. Well, Cuevas, who was called up after the ball game yesterday when Joe Jimenez was sent down, he's warming up now. We did not see a whole lot of him in spring camp.
He pitched in 4 games during the course of spring, but obviously there were 4 games that we were not a part of.
It's going to be a fair ball down the first base line, and Iglesias has another hit.
I thought it was going to be Jose's second extra base hit of the evening. It's a nice job by Almonte. He was playing him shallow already in right field and was able to get to that ball to keep him to a single.
2 singles and a double for Iglesias. Oh, don't touch it.
Oh, he touched it.
He did.
He interfered with it.
Oops.
Yeah. Brad's going to go down, and he might be trying to get a double out of this.
Ball was hit right down the line, and he thought it was a foul ball.
It was not touched by a fan, but it appeared that he touched it. Did you see him touch it? It appeared that he touched it, right?
I think he touched it, right. Yeah. He's trying to find a place to hide now. So the umpiring crew will talk about it.
Uh-oh.
Oh, man, where's he going? He wants protection.
Yes, he does. He's going to 5-0. He said, don't let them do nothing to me, man.
Didn't mean to do it.
He said, it's my time. I guess Brad's not going to get the explanation that he wants. I don't know about you, but even if he does not touch that ball, that's not a double for Iglesias.
Agreed.
Where Almonte was playing, and I think that's probably the explanation that's being given to Brad, a judgment call by those 4 umpires that would not have been a double.
They're clearly talking about that. You can see Brad say if he touches it.
He can go back now. I'm not going to come get him.
We'll see if he's there at that post tomorrow night.
He won't be there tomorrow. He's going to go sit down his phone, probably going to be blowing up.
Well, let's see. What are the umpires going to do now? They want to take a look at this. Yep, they can look at. There goes the phone.
Blowing up.
Hey, man.
Boy, what you doing?
You're a star. Mom's calling. Dad's calling.
Come on, baby, before they get you.
So the Tigers are going to challenge here. Normally at this point we're showing a shot of the umpires and a couple of players, but ball dude down the first base line is front and center right now. I assume they're thinking that he touched it, not the fan, because none of the fans touched it.
He got to get off that stool and get in front of that thing, doesn't he?
Well, that would have made it more obvious. It's the last thing he wanted.
Boy, oh boy.
I wonder if that walkie-talkie's blowing up right now too. Well, let's see what the umpires have here. It appears Iglesias is going to stay at first base. And that guy's job is safe for another night. They actually went for a rule check there, and it was not challengeable. And they come out with a placard every year which shows you, which plays are challengeable and which plays are not. I'm sure that play was probably not on that placard. So that was not reviewable or challengeable. That's what the ruling is. Kinsler fouls it back. 1 ball and 1 strike. So Iglesias, leadoff single. Ian had a single and a run scored back in the 5th. Fouled away. 1-2 on Kinsler. When we get to the bottom of the 9th inning, it's going to be 2, 3, and 4 to go up for the Indians. Right now, a 6-1 ball game. And Cleveland's frustrations continue offensively. They have stranded 12 men on base in this game tonight. Fly ball center field. Jackson cruising back. Check that foul ball out.
Oh, my goodness.
He's pinballing around the seats tonight.
Oh, poor kid.
Here's Castellanos. Nick trying to join the hit parade. He is 0 for 4 in this game. Strikeouts in each of his last 2 at bats. Tigers have 11 hits tonight. Shaw missing inside. 1-0. And Nick looks at the ball outside. 2-0 on the count at Castellanos. Cabrera due next.
He's already had a big day. Miguel, a homer, single, walk.
Nick waiting on a 2-0 offering from Shaw, and he tried to hold up. Did not. Defensive swing there by Castellanos. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Shaw replacing Otero, who pitched in the 8th. The Tigers got to the starter. It was Trevor Bauer tonight. They got him for a couple of home runs. In fact, the 2-run shot by Avila signaled the end for Bauer. Now the 2-2 on the ground, fair inside the bag at third base. It'll roll to the corner. Iglesias coming to third. They're going to try and score him. Here comes the throw to the plate, not in time. Throw down to third is late. Tigers get another run as Iglesias scores all the way from first.
It's a nice job here by Castellanos, who went down to the bottom of the strike zone on a slow breaking ball, ripped down the third baseline. Look at Dave Clark, the third base coach. He saw that Iglesias was coming full speed to third base. He was looking at the left fielder who had difficulty picking that ball up, and Dave just continued to send Iglesias home. And then you watch Castellanos. He's looking at Iglesias. Once Iglesias takes off for home, then Nick goes over to third base. Good base running here by the Tigers.
A double and an RBI for Castellanos. He goes to third on the throw home. 7-1. Tigers lead. Infield coming in. And Cabrera shoots it foul, back out of play.
Take one more look at Dave Clark, third base coach. You really can't see down in the corner here because it's not a lot of fair territory, but Dave's able to get down that line. We'll look at it one more time.
Oh, 2.
Here's the play. I mean, as a third base coach, you have to put yourself in a position to make sure you can see what's going on. So he gets close as he can to see down that line, at the same time peeking at Iglesias out the corner of his eye, and he simply sent him home, and it was a great call by Dave.
Cabrera waits on the 0-2, and he looks at a ball outside. 1-2 on Miggy.
Miggy with a chance to pick up another RBI here today. Just a matter of time before the big fella started to heat up.
3-run homer, a single and a walk in this game. Off the end of the bat, foul.
It's always a big story at the beginning of the year when a guy like Miguel Cabrera, who's hit over 300 every single year in the major leagues, gets off to a sluggish start. Everybody tries to figure out why.
Cabrera came into this game batting 133.
Base hit right here, get him up over 200.
2-2. Tigers now have 12 hits on the board tonight. Driven foul down the right field line. $25,000 plus in attendance here this evening. 25,423 the official attendance. High, ball 3. Now the 3-2. He walked him. So Cabrera is on for the 4th time tonight. It's going to bring up Victor Martinez. Shaw has now given up a single, a double, and a walk in this inning. Marty is 0 for 4. Knocked into a double play in his last at bat. Bouncer right back to the mound. There's a 1-6-3 double play. Tigers get another run, and we go to the bottom of the ninth. Tigers have the lead, trying to take a victory here in game one.
Well, just like we promised you earlier in the game, it's Miller time, and it is brought to you by Miller Lite. Miguel Cabrera was having some fun before the game today, had his game face on. Then his very first at-bat today, he got dusted by Trevor Bauer, didn't appreciate it. Had some words for the dugout there of the Cleveland Indians. Warnings were issued, but Mickey went on to have a really good day, 3-run home run later on in the contest against Trevor Bauer, and then he ate a Snicker, and then he had a smile.
It's easy to smile when you're Cabrera. Not much is going on that's wrong in his world. What another big night for Miggy. Well, the Tigers trying to get the final 3 outs. And it's going to be Lindor to lead things off here in the ninth. 7-1. Tigers have the lead. And Lindor looks at a strike.
This has been the snappiest contest they've ever played.
We're moving in on 4 hours.
Oh, my goodness. But we'll take this win, though. I don't care if you have to stay here all night.
There's a ball driven in the air toward left field and hit well. Upton going back. He looks up off the wall. It's going to roll by him. Lindor is on his way to second, and he'll get things started with a double here in the ninth.
Lindor is not very big in stature. I don't think he's 6 feet tall, probably 165, 70 pounds, but he's shown some really nice power the opposite way. He already has 4 homers this year, too.
William Cuevas has come out of the bullpen for the Tigers.
Yeah, pitched for Pawtucket last season. Also appeared in a game or 2 for the Boston Red Sox in the month of April a season ago.
Also worked in the WBC this year for Team Columbia. Leadoff man on for the Indians. Here is Brandon Guyer, and he's hit. Imagine that.
We were talking about that earlier today. This guy gets hit once a game, it seems like.
Well, this is not a comfortable feeling for Brad. I know it's 7-1, but these final 3 outs, man, sometimes the toughest to get.
Not only the final 3 outs, but the final 6 outs, because that 8th inning was a nail biter.
Yeah, it was a couple of singles to start that inning. They ended up getting just 1 and leaving them loaded. So now you got the beefier lineup coming up. Here's Encarnacion with 2 on, nobody out. Ball one to Encarnacion. Cuevas had his contract purchased prior to tonight's game officially as Francisco Rodriguez. Alex, where did that come from? Francisco Rodriguez warms up. Well, they don't want to bring K-Rod in, that's for sure. There's a strike call, 1-1.
And Shane Green pitched 2 innings yesterday. That's the reason why he's not being used in this situation.
Gene Lamont back on the phone again. Ground ball foul, third base side. 1-2. Doubled by Lindor. Geyer hit by a pitch. Encarnacion tonight has been on base in each of his last 3 at bats, 2 singles and a walk. Edwin signed a 3-year contract with the Indians in January after having another huge year last year with the Toronto Blue Jays. Hit 42 home runs. Knocked in 127.
It took Edwin a while before he was able to find a home.
Sure did.
Hit 42 homers, drove in 127 runs last year for Toronto. The Blue Jays offered him a really nice contract, a 4-year contract, and it was right after the season was over. He turned that down, and then they quickly signed Kendrys Morales, and they didn't need Encarnacion anymore.
Cuevas got him looking there for strike 3, 1 out.
Was it a front door breaking ball?
Yep.
Sure was. Avila pulled it up there nicely, got the call from Clint Fagan.
Now Ramirez. Ball 1 to Jose Ramirez, his single in 4 at bats tonight. 7 runs, 12 Tigers hits, 1 run on just 5 hits tonight for the Indians. Here's the 1-0. Swinging a foul at home plate. 1 ball and 1 strike. Avila, one of the big blows tonight in support of Daniel Norris, who went 6 scoreless innings. There's tomorrow night's starter, Justin Verlander, sitting next to him.
Yeah, Justin's been awfully fun to watch. His first 2 outings of the year, and picking up right where he left off a season ago.
Line drive to right, going to drop, base hit.
That young man can just hit.
Second hit of the ball game for Ramirez, and now the bases are loaded with Indians. To say Cleveland has had their chances tonight is an understatement. They went down 1-2-3 in each of the first 2 innings, but they haven't done that since.
The Tigers will take this win tonight, but Brad's not going to be happy with the fact that they're kind of allowing the Cleveland Indians to gain momentum, gain confidence, just by getting back into the game here tonight. And it'll bode well for them tomorrow.
Here is Yandy Diaz with the bases full. Up and in, 1-0.
And Diaz has got some pop in his bat. hasn't homered this year, but hits the ball extremely hard.
I know managers, well, I didn't like that call. Thinking ahead, or at least trying to, but you wonder how long Brad will go here before he has to bring his closer in, if indeed that happens.
Well, if anybody else reaches base here safely, I think Brad will go to Francisco. And he really has no problem using Francisco. He's gotten him up and he's gotten him hot. Francisco is ready to go.
Outside, 2-1. Tigers tonight have used both Wilsons, Justin and Alex, also Kyle Ryan, and now Cuevas. 1 for 10 tonight for the Tribe with men in scoring position, and only 154 this year. The 2-1. Line drive, center field, base hit. 1 run will score as Lindor comes in. They're going to stop Geyer at third. The bases remain loaded. An RBI single for Yandy Diaz.
And now indeed Brad will have to go to the bullpen to bring his closer in.
Cuevas will face a total of 5 batters, and 4 of them reached.
Well,
7-2 ball game, and we'll be back. That is the plan. Francisco Rodriguez will come on now for the Tigers. Abraham and Almonte. He'll stand in with the bases loaded. 1 run in, 7-2 ball game. Nubbed foul down the third base line.
And Rodriguez has a fastball that's anywhere from 87 to 90 miles an hour. He'll throw you an occasional curveball, but the pitch he uses the most effectively is the changeup. And the numbers against his changeup are not very good. And most guys don't get swings and misses on their changeup. But Rodriguez gets tons of swing and misses on his.
Numbers on Francisco this year. And his 5th appearance.
42 saves last year in his first campaign in a Tigers jersey.
Ball low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Geyer, the runner at third base. Ramirez at second. Yandy Diaz has just delivered an RBI single. He's at first. One ball, 1 strike on Abraham Almonte. Ball 2.
At the start of last season, Almonte was suspended for 80 games. 80 games he was suspended for. He came back. He performed very well for the Tribe the second half of the season, but he was not eligible for postseason play because of the suspension.
Well, he's trying to deliver a key hit here. Now the 2-1. Swing and a miss.
There's that changeup, and there's another swing and miss. And it looks like Almonte, he's up in the batter's box about as far as you can go because he's trying to get to that changeup before it dips. But that one right underneath the swing of Almonte.
Just got a piece of it. Almonte stays alive. Chisenhall has moved to the on-deck circle with Perez due next.
Rodriguez has got that Bugs Bunny changeup. As a hitter, you know you're going to get that pitch because he pretty much throws it half of the time. And you sit there and you wait and you wait and you wait. Then you take that swing and you still swing right over the top of it. The ball never gets there.
Cuevas started the inning, but could not get more than 1 out. He leaves with the bases loaded and a run in. Got him, strike 3 on the inside part of the plate. Big strike out there for Frankie.
He got the benefit of the doubt. Looks like Avila's really done a nice job of presenting that ball to the home plate umpire Clint Fagan, and it looks like he's gotten a couple of calls here today on borderline pitches.
Well, he was set up outside that time and had to move across the plate and frame that one in the inside corner.
The key is when you catch the ball, though, you have to make sure you've got those strong wrists and your glove stays still to give the umpire a really nice look at the baseball. And Avila's done a nice job of that this evening.
So here is Chisenhall.
Chisenhall just off the disabled list a couple days ago.
Swing and a miss, 0-1. One more out to get. 286 last year for Chisenhall, 57 driven in. Here's the 0-1. Driven deep to right field. Way back to the track, to the wall. And that ball is gone. It's going to be a grand slam home run.
It's only 7-6. My goodness.
A pinch hit grand slam for Chisenhall. And the Indians are back to within 1.
Chisenhall sat in the on-deck circle and watched how Rodriguez threw changeup after changeup to Almonte, and he knew that he was going to get something that was off speed, and he appeared to time it perfectly.
It is suddenly a 1-run ball game.
actually looked like a fastball that Chisenhall got there from Rodriguez, and he knew it was gone as soon as he hit it.
Here is Austin Jackson now with 2 outs. Bases are empty. And Jackson looks at a strike. A 5-run bottom of the 9th for the Indians to make it a 1-run game.
Tigers played a lot of games in this ballpark last year, and obviously they weren't very good against the Tribe. And even in the games where they had leads, the Tribe somehow found ways to come back in those games. And the Tribe, they're picking up right where they left off last year.
Meanwhile, 0-2 on Jackson. One more strike to shut this one down. Here's the 0-2. 1-2 on Jackson. Top of the order, Santana waiting on deck. Double hit batter, single. Grand slam. Daniel Norris went 6 scoreless in this game. Now the 1-2. Bouncing in, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Rally cap. Well, that run the Tigers got on the top of this 9th inning, huge now. Here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Avila throws down to complete a Tigers victory.
Whew, thank goodness.
7-6 your final score. Now we send you to the Call Sam Studios. John Keating standing by with Tigers Live postgame.